Hi, friends. My name's Eric, and I'm here on YouTube sweating buckets because I care about you. Not because I love you, really. People say I love you like it's a good thing, but if you think about it, what I love you means is when you talk about anything, really. I love apples means I like to have a lot of control over apple themed things in my life. Or I love my cat means that's different, I guess. See, I mean that's the thing. I love my cat means I don't want my cat to. I don't respect my cat's autonomy. Does that make sense? If they're hurt, I don't care if they want to be put in the cat carrier. I'm going to put them in the cat carrier and take them to the vet or something, right? There's a harm prevention aspect to it, and there's a real time experience of seeing something you find precious being harmed. That's incredible. It's compelling at a ground roots level in a way that TI could never possibly be, you know. But still, the thing is, people say, I love you. People say I love you for lots of different reasons. But even if it's an accurate statement, it's like, what can we glean from that exactly? That you want to have more access to me, control over me, etc., may or may not be part of your explicit understanding of it, but if it's definitionally going to mean something for you to love me rather than covet me, then then I've got to harm prevent for things I find precious, and that means that I've got to have some say in their life, right? So but what I think is interesting is like, what people should say is, you love me, not I love you. Because I love you, you're just reporting your enthusiasm for me. You know, that you find me precious, and I can therefore count on you to do things on my behalf when I don't want you to, or am unable to. In other words, you're telling me I'm the person you can count on to do things for your own good. Why is this? Jesus Christ. Man, I just got out of the bath, and I was cold, and now I'm sweating buckets. I'm definitely getting sick, I think. Hi, Rachel. I love you. The thing is, obviously, when I say it to Rachel all the time, I just mean, what I mean by it is, here is the sentence that, as per protocols, I reserve for family members when I'm saying it to them directly one-on-one, or as a metaphor occasionally with other people, you know, but it's like, it's part and parcel of the positive language box that comes along with being my partner. Like, I commit to the following habits of positive language habits with you. And it, to the extent that it definitely is true, but I can never figure out what exactly it's referencing. So, if you were to say, well, does it mean I will prevent harm to you? Well, not always successfully, unfortunately. It doesn't mean, what it definitely means for me is, I'll feel guilty if harm comes to you and I haven't prevented it. It means that if it's obvious enough that I notice it, obvious enough in ways that I can notice in time for my noticing to make a difference, then I will obviously scramble to prevent harm to you. And in fact, for things you actually find precious, there is this kind of little magical extra speed boost you get where the funny thing is, I can remember an instance where I experienced it, and I can also remember an instance where I watched my first wife, both relating to my daughter, okay? And the reason I didn't experience it on the occasion when my first wife demonstrated or displayed it is because my intuition was way better than hers. So I recognized this isn't that serious, you know? So I didn't scramble. The time that I saw her, one time Delilah, and when we were all still together, so she had to be really little, I don't know, because we were split up before she was 3, you know. We went to Descanso Gardens and she fell off the bridge into a little creek, you know. Melinda was in that creek before I finished saying, Delilah, watch out. Even though it was so shallow and Delilah was kind of toddling, there's no way, you don't need to hurry in this situation. It's like a 1 foot fall into this little trickle of water, you know. It's like, okay, it is possibly dangerous, but it's not pressingly so. Whereas when I demonstrated a speed of movement all of a sudden, it was when she was falling over in her high chair like this, and I had my most ninja moment in my life. Because there actually was a ticking clock. If I don't get there in time, she falls to the ground. So anyway, those kind of particular physical manifestations of love is a real thing, which is to say that I instinctually will do harm prevention when I recognize things as being potential harms. Of course, I'm also very SI in my knowing, so I'm not necessarily good in my intuition about what might be too much for somebody. Like, it takes me a while to go, okay, this actually is kind of ambitious. Maybe it's in some way harmful to Rachel, at which point I might say, oh, maybe we shouldn't go on this slope over here, right? And since she's mostly just following me and putting the brakes on when her intuition sees that, okay, I know they could be not tigers, but they are tigers, so let's go the other way. Yes, you make a good point. You make a very good, valid point here, Eric. Those things that are tigers definitely, in some hypothetical sense, could be not tigers. But despite that fact, let's go the other direction. Yeah, I know it's time for a new haircut. Quit hammering me, man. Quit hammering me. Laziness is good harm prevention. Rachel, are you home, by the way? Did you get home yet? Or whatever? There's no or whatever. Don't say or whatever, Eric. Why did you do that? Why do you do such horrible things? I was taking this long bath, trying to get rid of the crackles, you know. I tell you what the crackles are. You want to see a scene that perfectly explains what the crackles are. There's a scene of, I'm sweating up a storm. When I turned up this air when I first got out here because I was all shivery. I said, oh, fuck, here I go. I'm definitely getting sick. I might as well do one last live stream because I'm going to be knocked out for days. That was a real fever right there. I just felt it for a second. And then it's like it went away. But now all of a sudden I was sweating buckets. And I feel like, okay, well, no. The battle once again turned and my white blood cells are winning at the moment. So I don't know if I'm getting COVID or not. I mean, I have it, I'm sure, but I'm not sure if it's going to win the argument, ultimately, with my white blood cells. Oh, right, yeah. Well, now that everybody seems to accept, no matter what they say in their words, that it's subject to the universal law of colds and flus, which means if we don't treat it like a freak-out thing, nevertheless, probably good you came up. I don't want to answer that question, Eliana Diaz. I was instructed to give the matter a certain kind of attention, and I neither want to adhere to that instruction nor give you an answer. So there you have it. That's an FI thing, Eric. You don't need to justify yourself. I don't want to answer that question. It's fine. You don't need to have any other explanation than that. I probably already answered it, but I don't want to answer it now because current me is extant in a different reality than the me that answered then. That's the problem with the me's you encounter. They're temporary. They're approximate static still images of me. They're not really me. So, even though it's possible to say, but Eric, an hour ago you told me how starving you are. What do you mean you don't want this hamburger? It's possible in the ensuing hour I've eaten and now I'm no longer hungry. Sometimes the me that is changes in relation to other things that's expecting it to stay the same. Well, the me that is generally stays the same in terms of it contains its own processes. You cannot necessarily be sure where you are in that time frame of those processes. So, and also facts change. Realities come into being that have to be factored in that didn't used to have to be factored in, or whatever. Things like that. So, don't go thinking that me's don't change. Acknowledge that sometimes it actually rains. Am I perspiring because I feel like? I think I'm perspiring because a fever I had just broke, basically. And so that's usually why one perspires. I've been feeling dehydrated and crampy and trying to drink more water and liquids, but by the time you really start feeling dehydrated, it's kind of too late. You have to give yourself an hour or two to rehydrate. You can't rehydrate all of a sudden by just drinking a bunch of water. Your body doesn't process it like that. So it's weird. It's like the amount of water that you need is actually not very much water, but you better not be even a little bit less than that, or else then you get dehydrated. People drink way more water than their body actually can absorb. That's why they pee all the time. Right, but we don't drink, the way we drink water isn't conducive to absorbing most of it. Most people don't take a small cupful of water and then wait 10 minutes and another small cupful of water so that your body can actually absorb most of that water. Most of the liquids we drink gets peed out. They don't get absorbed. And the thing is, despite that fact, you seeded my ideas with your salt. And even then, the salt caused me to choose that verb seeded because to seed is to salt. Like, no, because seeding is like the good form of salting. If you're talking about the earth. Anyway, there was some intuitive look that caused me to choose that verb. It was, you meowed with my meow, Harrison, and we're all subject to having our meows meowed with because why? We're existing right now publicly. At least some little bit of us. As long as, people are very much like computers. They're either online or offline. If they're functioning as public in things, then they operate accordingly. And if they're functioning as not online, then they operate accordingly. Doesn't matter that my modem's broken because I'm just entering this data into my home Google Sheets, which I have saved locally here. And you behave differently when people's being takes into account where the fields on which you can be. And there are two fundamental fields on which you can be, which are private and public. You have lost your sense of smell, which is a bummer. I mean, that's a serious problem, Rachel, because you mostly used your sense of smell when trying to figure out who somebody was. I hope you'll still be able to recognize me. Is that you, Eric? Even though I can see fine, I got in the habit of identifying people by their smells. Boy, you really regret having done that if you get COVID, huh? You lost your sense of smell? Well, hopefully it'll come back. Cats are good. I've got the healing energy of blind optimism. I'm not gonna get sick. It's important to have the healing energies of blind optimism because when you do get sick, it makes it more hilarious for everybody. Including you. If you're going to have to take some silver lining, at least you can go, boy, was I spectacularly wrong about this. Rather than just, I chose to fence straddle the question of whether or not I was going to get sick. I wasn't a good fan behind my team. Right? Like, if you're a good fan behind your team, it doesn't matter if you're a super big underdog or whatever. You go out there and you say, come on, team, I know you can do it. Because you're choosing to invest faith in them. You're believing in them contrary to evidence, and that's fine. So, that's how I am about my white blood cells. I have a lot of faith in them to do their job. I try to help them out with as much smoking as possible because, naturally, my always spectacular intuition is telling me, well, if smoke, like you can smoke things, smoke meat, you make it so bugs don't want to get on it, right? You smoke your lungs and the bugs don't want to get on it. So I try to help my white blood cells with bits of intuitive genius like that. I like my spices midway between east and west. You mean north or south? No. I want to be at the place where there are no east and west, where you're finally exactly in the middle. Now we finally got as far east as we can. We've got as far west as we can. So we know where the edges are, but we've never really established exactly where the middle of east-west is. I think it's probably Los Angeles. Okay, and I think the middle of north-south, we already got that, like, it's the equator, right? Because that's where the middle is. It's like the fattest spot, probably, of the globe. So you're upon the very fattest spot of the globe. That would probably be the equator, I guess. Don't you impossible man, mister? We don't know the universe is expanding. You think it's expanding. It turns out I was merely expanding its wardrobe. I'm talking about on Earth. Where's the middle of east-west? We have a middle of north-south. That's not that part. Going is halfway between the top and the bottom. So why don't we have a halfway for east and west? Where's halfway? Huh? Where's the other seam? Everything must have a corollary. Everything must have every corollary. Because there's a dark side of the moon, there must be a dark side of the earth and a dark side of the sun. And everything else must have a dark side too. This is the dark side, it's this dark part. And the light side is this light part. Everything does. All the above, so below, blah, 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 fuck off. Seawater is so similar in mineral content to human blood plasma that our white blood cells can survive and function in it for some time. I delight in my mental picture of this. Who cares how you feel about your own fucking farts, okay, lady? Nobody cares about your farts, lady Bonnie Tsui. That doesn't mean anything, what you're saying there. And you're like, it's so similar. Right, white blood cells can survive and function in it for a little while. Well, I mean, what you're saying is, it's another liquid medium that has sufficient salinity so that the things don't sink. I mean, come on. It's like doing 99% of your child's homework. It's like, I just, touched it up a little bit. The point is, she's not establishing any meaning-based things. She's creating all the meaning in ways that aren't generalizable from the data that she's presenting. And that's the problem with also that Robert whatever guy that you quote a lot. You can't do that and be right. You'll always be wrong, guaranteed. You cannot present data as though it were the thing that's certain, and meaning as though it were the thing that's speculative, and ever be right. And that's exactly what they're doing. You can't ascribe meaning, and you cannot describe in ways that are meaning neutral. In other words, to be descriptively accurate of something has to render it into a fungible form that people can exchange, or else you're no longer communicating anything. You can't pretend that the meaning that you're making up around this stuff is the same, is fungible. It's not. Just because something is factually so, there's only one fact there, right? Which is white blood cells don't die instantly when suddenly thrust into an environment of salt water for no reason. It's classic TE nonsense, right? It's classic TE nonsense. It's completely misleading in everything you could possibly ever think or conclude from it. Because it's trying to pretend as though it's not already creating almost every single speck of the meaning on the way to the conclusions it draws speculatively and randomly and poetically about shit. Without any recognition of the role of the self in this whole epistemological creational process. Instead, trying to pretend as though that the whole thing's not an expression of themselves. Trying to pretend as though this is the real part and this is the expression part of me. By making this part of my random creation of arbitrary things, my arbitrarily drawing boxes around shit, in order to make that effective, I have to put extra dressing up on the part that's extra arbitrary to make you think that the part that's not equally arbitrary, it makes you think the other part is not equally arbitrary. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. You can't think like that. You cannot think like that and be right. You can think like that all you want. But if anybody thinks those things are explanations, then they're not getting the fact that to qualify as an explanation, something must explain things in a certain way, or certain directionalities. Otherwise, it might qualify as something else. Like, and this would qualify as her explaining her fun time that she has creating non-generalizable meanings about biology. Same with that Robert whatever guy. That's not how you make meaning, motherfuckers. Leave the meaning making to the meaning makers, please. TE types, just get the fuck out of here. I do not want your TE bullshit. We cannot glean anything from the data about that you gather from blowing up an island, except that you're stupid and blew up an island with a nuclear bomb. All data that needs to be gathered was gathered before you ever blew up the island with a nuclear bomb. Because you're somebody who thinks that you're doing something purposeful when you blow up a nuclear bomb, and when you blow up an island with a nuclear bomb, because you can claim it generates empirics that you're creating by drawing the boxes around them anyway. It's insane. Just knock it the fuck off, TE people. Your shit doesn't generalize. That's the whole point of TE, is it doesn't generalize. But you get these TE thinkers who want to fucking fetishize biology, right? You cannot explain things that way, because it doesn't matter how right you are about the linkage, it's still not an explanation. For fuck's sake. I don't go into your little TE party over there and say, no. Don't deal with the actual thing. Let me just talk to it. That'll solve the problem better. It's a better way of solving these things. Look, when you have a broken air conditioner, you can go with Joe's stupid way over there, or you can go with my way. I'll talk it into working again. No, Eric, that's not your role in life. You don't get to actually solve problems just by explaining them. Just because I've explained to the air conditioner why it's not working doesn't mean it's going to start working again. I don't fix your air conditioners. You stop explaining the universe. Fair? Fairly squares. It's an even deal. I won't fix your air conditioner, and you stop explaining the universe. Like, Robert, whatever your name is, direct all that writerly attention towards something that you can actually provide meaningful explanation about. What you're trying to do is eliminate meaning making, but all you're doing is making meaning. Oh, for fuck's sake, TE. Stop it. You can't exclude the individual's frame doings from the equation. It's impossible. People who try to philosophize from biology are just the absolute. They're so stuck in this thing that is already fully understood, where its place is in the larger thing, and think that somehow they're doing this larger thing when they're really just doing this thing over here again that we've already defined and understood as having limited scope. When you choose to do that, you're choosing to limit the scope of things to non-generalizable meaning creations. We've already determined this, and people keep doing it over and over and over again and presenting it and trying to sell it actively and publicly to other people as though they're actually explaining things. It's selling the smell of food with none of the nutrition. It's insanely evil and awful and terrible. And you guys, but the thing is, they aren't, because they actually think they're explaining things. They think that's an explanation for things. That's not an explanation. Go back to fixing air conditioners. I won't try to fix your air conditioners by explaining to them why they're not working. And you don't try to explain my universe by doing a bunch of random blowing up islands with nuclear bombs, okay? I won't fix your air conditioner by explaining to it why it's not working. And you don't explain to me, the universe, by blowing up islands with nuclear bombs. It's a fair trade. That's exactly what TE people try to do. The equivalent of, they try to fix my air conditioner by explaining to it why it's not working. It's like, you're not, what you're doing is fine and great. That's great what you do. But the thing you think you can't run air through your dirt processor. Okay? That's not dirt, stupids. This isn't an appropriate. It's like TV people can't tell that when they're discursively engaging in the world, if they're saying things, they can tell plenty if they're actually attending to knowing what works. You know, like take Shuffler or Basanti or whatever for an example. TE done like is observational about things rather than creational. He might choose to, good TE, NITE, with as well executed. Like that, these people that you're quoting are much more SITE. It's like, okay. Strike one, fine. Strike two, fine. Strike three, fine. Strike four, fine. Strike five, fine. But fuck no. You can't swing your bat with your cleats on and your hat and insist that you're doing a great job of singing opera. And pretend like this is an opera. This is not an opera, this is baseball. Stop pretending it's something else. See, they don't even know. They're not even pretending. They're just like, no, I get digging, shoveling. I get digging and shoveling things. It's making this motion. No, it's not making that motion. Okay? Actual digging a hole involves dirt, too. It doesn't just involve you making the motions of it. It involves meaningfully changing something. It doesn't involve you just masturbating on top of something and pretending like you're meaningfully changing it. And most of humanity's work product is that. It's like, it's all wrong. Everything's wrong. It's wrong because it's like if you don't start from the right place, you're not able to be correct on the next level up, the level that matters, right? You'll only ever be confused. You'll be confused by whether or not the thing you're creating is meaning, metaphor, or something else. Let's look at the word attacking. I like to imagine my white blood cells attacking, right? Because, um, well, let me put it this way. People, you can be attacked in various ways, but what's always the same to genuinely qualify as attack is the intent to do harm. So a dog that's coming to bite you is attacking you. Mosquitoes, we might say the mosquitoes are attacking me, but they're not attacking me because they're trying to steal my blood for their own, greedy little reasons, not because they want to do me harm. It's incidental to their behavior. To truly be attacking, it's got to be non-incidental to your behavior. So we take a word like that, and it exists originally to draw meaningful distinctions, but people immediately make it into a metaphor. And they say, instead of describing the world with this, I'm going to be creative with my expression. And that's implicit to being that as soon as a real distinction is made, people are going to use that real distinction because at least half of all of his attention, right, pretend everything was equally proportional, is going to frame that as useful, not in and itself. A scientific experiment. You take a cat, cut its leg, call him or her. Observation. Cat doesn't come. Conclusion. Cat's here with their legs. Classic TE. Classic TE right there. No, the conclusion is, it's just not there. It's just experiment. I cut the cat's leg. I tried various things. The outcomes. We'll have to do a lot more experimenting before we can know what any of it means. All we know for sure is that it's all super important because it's got the sciencey shit around it. There's beakers, there's Bunsen burners, there's all kinds of stuff around here. So it's legitimate and important, okay? Science only exists because we need to have legitimacy when we decide to blow up islands with nuclear bombs. Not anybody can do that. You can't just let any old person blow up islands with nuclear bombs. Only let people who have the most beakers and Bunsen burners blow up islands with nuclear bombs. Because they're scientists, okay? They know what they're doing. They care about the truth and empirics. And they're serious. We need this information. No, Tards, don't let those Tards do anything except what you tell them to do because they're retarded, obviously, or they wouldn't be blowing up islands with nuclear bombs. Right? You can't have both things. You can't have both. We're these smart people called scientists because we can do these fancy kind of calculations. You can do those fancy kind of calculations, can establish temporarily that you're smart, but no matter how much we want to attribute to you intelligence, okay, there is fundamentally a way that you can prove us wrong. You can prove every other assessment of you wrong. No matter how many different assessments say you're smart, no matter how many people agree that you're smart, you can prove them all wrong by blowing up an island with a nuclear bomb. Because if you do that, you've gotten absolutely everything wrong. And you don't understand anything about anything. There's no reason to blow up an island with a nuclear bomb. At all. The military justification that we need to see how our ships fare when nuclear bombs blow up islands near them. It's just like, okay. Well, why don't you see how they fare when we build amusement parks on islands next to them? Because, we're pretty sure it's not going to damage them. Well, I don't know. park them right next to it and let all the kids climb around your ship, it'll get all sticky and gross before you know it. Are you sure about that? Don't you think we need to gather some empirics about that? Well, no. Why not? Because we can choose whether or not we allow children onto the ship, whereas we can't choose whether or not our boat is parked next to an island that somebody's blowing up on purpose and parking a boat next to. You mean, okay, so one of our ships might be sailing in the ocean someday, and an enemy nuclear bomb might go off near it. And you want to know now what's going to happen to that boat in the future, hypothetically, if it should happen to hypothetically be this far versus this far away from a nuclear blast. You are so lost in your little little cache of trees, what's that called? Copse. Little copse of trees, that you've forgotten not only that it's part of a larger forest, not only that it does not comprise the entirety of the universe, but that either you or trees even exist, and you've forgotten that dirt is different than air. That's how fundamentally fucking locked in your little shell of TE you are. And you can't figure out before you do it that blowing up an island with a nuclear bomb is a stupid idea. There are infinite possible scenarios that you could choose to pretend act out to see what would happen. Look, we're not going to really feel prepared for nuclear war until we've practiced it a lot. No, tards. No, that's not how you think or live or anything. It's just incredibly stupid. Like those fucking drills we had. Like, they used to test around here in Arcadia the air raid siren once a month. And when I was a little kid, we'd have drills where we'd prepare for a nuclear bomb by getting under our desks. It's like, hold on a second. Can't you give me a stronger desk if it's going to serve this purpose? Maybe make it big enough for me to get inside of or something. I don't know. If you're going to assign to my desk the job, prevent child from getting injured by nuclear blast, then maybe you should think about, okay, some things, like look, if I work at an ice cream store behind the counter, I'm not constantly going to be having customers the whole time. There's little intervals of time between customers where I might be assigned to another job, right? But you can't assign me to go paint lines on the street outside, because then I'm no longer working at the ice cream store. That's too much of an extra thing and too far away from the ice cream store to allow me to do both jobs. In fact, it will insist that I do neither job. I'll just become a person who is constantly running back and forth from a street lighting job to an ice cream job, and be doing a shitty job of both of them accordingly. You can't, and that's the other thing is, you can't both be the guy who looks at the big picture and the guy who's focused on the small picture at the same time. Nobody can. And most people are stuck down here most of the time. So in order to be up here, I don't know if you have to be a mapping type or if you merely have to have the right map. I'm not sure how much the right explanation is useful to all types. It may be the case that we deal with a much crueler reality than that, namely that only the people who only care about maps can do this thing, and there's no way to render a map into a form that people who can't do this thing can meaningfully use to inform their paradigm. But I'm not sure. That's the thing is, what I find myself doing in the bath the whole time. What was I doing in the bath the whole time? I kept trying to figure out, like, why, or ways in which I can collapse things into easier to digest chunks for myself as well as for other people. It's like, what I'm trying to describe, it's very challenging to nutshell it. This personality test thing that I have, like, okay, give me a 10-second elevator pitch of this movie or something. That's something that I would like to be able to do with this explanation as well. So if I want to explain home more in a way that everybody intuitively understands, I just say, well, it's Sister Act, but with an ENFP nut job instead of a nun, instead of Whoopi Goldberg, and homeless people instead of nuns, and dancing instead of singing. And then everybody gets what's going on there. They get the general gist of it, right? And it's actually more informative than if I were to say, okay, so here's the plot and detail all the details of it to them, because they would nobody has that much attention to afford to figure out what the NI of something is. And if you're not an NI type, you just get lost in those specifics and don't even realize that actually there's this, it's like sometimes in apps, I'll use them for a long time, when I go, oh, you mean there's this thing that makes it incredibly easier to use? Oh, you mean I can zoom in and out? So people who are stuck in their particulars, it's like they're working hard without ever utilizing the mini map. It's whether or not it's because they don't have in their particularist playbook here the explanation that unlocks for them mini map is an open question. Isn't that the same as when they explain to you before flight how to issue the jacket in case of a crash? It's substantially different because a crash, the dynamics of how a human being is going to link to a plane crash they're different than a nuclear bomb. To a plane crash, the first dynamic is the crash survivable at all? If it's not, which is probably most crashes, then other questions are moot. If it is, then it means that it's the amount of pressure on your physical existence is not so bad that you can't survive it, which means that some small things might help. Nuclear blasts are different. A nuclear blast, it's all about how far away you are. And so this plan of theirs, the desks, there might have been a sweet spot in distance where the nuclear blast effects were just at the right amount of strength or weakness such that the desk made a meaningful difference. But then it would be the wrong plan for every other school except at that exact distance from the center of the nuclear blast. It would be an utterly pointless gamble and an incredible long shot that you're the one classroom that is at that exact distance from the center of the blast. It's an incredibly stupid thing to do. It exists only to make people feel as though, well, we're prepared for a nuclear blast. We've prepared. This is other classic shit. Well, classic TE shit. Well, we've done these things that qualify as preparatory activities for this other thing that is potentially very bad and could happen. And we'd be remiss if we didn't prepare in some regard for a possible emergency because we can foresee it coming, and we should make some efforts now to prevent it from manifesting harms that aren't of the thing, but rather of our response to the thing. Nuclear blasts don't work like that at all. A nuclear blast is unlike any kind of natural disaster or anything else, right? A nuclear blast, the whole reason it occurs is to create a disaster by killing everybody. Unlike, say, an earthquake where that stuff is just incidental to it. You can't protect your community's children from a nuclear blast by telling them to get under their desks. At the very least, tell them to put their desks down in front of them and point the desk to where the nuclear blast is coming from. Don't just get underneath it, like pretending as though something on top of you protects you from something coming this direction. That's just so dumb. It's unfucking believable. Only like TESI fucking some ESTJ came up with that shit because look, we just have to compromise and get everybody signed off on this. That yes, look, I've been in charge of coming up with some kind of preparation plan for a nuclear blast. And they couldn't find anybody genuinely intelligent to come up with a plan for this because anybody who's genuinely intelligent immediately says, that's not a job, that's a wish. You can't prepare for a nuclear blast. Okay, but look, we're gonna be able to make it a little bit better. No, you can't, actually. It's like that fucking government thing I saw one time, which showed the instructions on what to do in case of a nuclear blast. And it was arrows pointing away from the blast. Move away from the nuclear blast. Some government agency decided that qualified as work, you know. You know what people need? People need instructions on nuclear blasts. Right now, nobody's informed them whether they should move towards or away from the nuclear blast. And we'd be remiss as a government agency if we didn't make sure the public was informed ahead of time so that when a nuclear blast occurs and they move towards it, they can't blame us for not telling them which way to move. It's just your classic, like, NI blind TE person who's either ESFJ, could be FE too, with plenty of TE available in autopilot in the 8th slot, but ESTJ, ESFJ move. We've got to prepare for something it's unpreparable for. But we don't care that it's unpreparable for because we can do preparations no matter what. Yes, you can do preparations. It's like, look, we've got to do something to help. Okay, but gluing notebook paper to our clothes is not going to protect us against the bullets any better than the clothes themselves. Well, at least we've done something. We're prepared. We're prepared for the hail of bullets that's coming. I've had all of the students spend an incredible amount of time now practicing gluing paper onto their clothes. Now, if somebody says, hey, have you prepared for the event of a random hail of bullets? Say, yes. We spent a lot of time in preparation. We have our plan articulated out clearly here. Here's even the escape routes. Here's the arrows. So we have the children practice running along these arrow lines, except we don't let them run. So the thing is, what we've recognized is that in the event of an emergent hail of bullets, what people do is they go, now, But we all need to. Fortunately, I remember the plan. And then they orderly line up and they walk towards where the arrow they've been taught goes. And nothing that happened currently around you has any impact on anything. People don't care about your arrows that you taught them ahead of time when there's guys in ski masks with guns running around and shooting people. People don't care about your stupid arrows. Your arrows are more likely to confuse them because they'll be rendered irrelevant by the particular situation of emergencies than they're just as likely to get you killed as they are to help you. And as a general thing, the impact of confusing everybody about actualities while reassuring them that they're less confused than before. Makes people more confused about actualities while concurrently reassuring them. No. You're not more confused. Don't worry about that. You're much less confused now. I am? Yes. Doesn't that feel a lot better than feeling confused? It does feel better. Now, instead of more confused, I feel reassured. Well, that's what I was going for. So great. Here's some more complete fucking nonsense to reassure you. Boy, that's my favorite kind of reassurance. You know, the beach, they've got tsunami escape routes, which are basically just every street away from the beach. Arrows pointing away from the beach. Doy! What other direction are you going to possibly go? I can't tell which direction the ocean's in anymore. Well, I mean, how can you not tell which direction the ocean's in? It's away from dry land. You keep walking towards the dry part and away from the wet part. I just picture somebody going like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, the tsunami's coming this way right now towards me, and I have no sign telling me which direction to run away from it. Like, what the government needs to do is put signs places that says, if they just say this, they demonstrate with arrows and scenario pictures all the different directions you should run away from things based on the various directions from which they might be attacking you. If a robber attacks you from here, go this way. Useful signs like that. The thing is, most of the population, if they didn't have those signs, this tsunami, would naturally be standing there going, well, okay, I think it's probably away from the water, but without a sign, I can't be sure. I need to just make sure I haven't missed a sign somewhere, and then, oh no, the water got me, swept away. So goddamn ridiculous. Hey Eric, we noticed that you didn't follow protocol yesterday when that bomb went off, so you're in big trouble, mister. Well, but I saved everyone's life. That doesn't matter. You signed off on our emergency exit plan, okay? And it says we used that exit. But it was on fire. That doesn't matter. It didn't have that in the plan. It didn't say, if on fire, go to a different exit. It didn't include that contingency in the plan. But that contingency is determinant of the question of everybody's safety. And we recognize that and appreciate it. And that's why we're not firing you. We're just putting you on unpaid leave for 2 weeks. Well, I'd rather be on unpaid leave for 2 weeks than permanently retarded, so okay. Fair enough. I should feel sympathy for you because you're the ones who are so dumb that you don't even understand that your silly TE shit is not desirable in and of itself. you can't claim utility as an end. It's always got to be useful to something. Can we talk about how someone in Japan got assassinated with a gun when not even the police use guns? Well, I mean, people have 3D printers. What 3D printers make possible is for people to make a handgun or something at home. So, maybe it's one of those kind of guns. I don't know. Maybe there's a reality that if you put a lot of energy towards eliminating the access to guns, the same kind of energy that we do eliminating access to, like, nuclear bombs, that we have a lot more trouble, because guns are actually much, much, much less bad than nuclear bombs, and as a consequence, much, much, much more common. So pretending as though they are something that's super uncommon, that where in fact our legislation can matter, we're going to legislatively preclude anybody from making efforts even to make accessible to people this very rare thing, and keep it as locked away in a few hands as possible. Well, it's only possible to do that with something that's not, that people can't make at their own house, right? Nobody but the emperor may have a carved stick. Okay, well, what you basically mean is nobody but the emperor can publicly carry a carved stick without being subject to arbitrary violence. Nobody but the emperor can have nuclear weapons. Well, it's a lot more realistic an ambition, right? Well, the thing to remember about handguns is what they first and foremost are is a way to, is a form of self-reliance and an equalizer of what otherwise are insurmountable differences in physicality, create insurmountable differences in power on the plane of violence. What handguns allow is for everybody to attain equal capacity to kill when they decide to, which eliminates lesser kinds of threats, right? So I don't have to worry if I have a gun. I'm saying if I have and keep a, okay, look, like the guy who had the gun on his hip because he just always carries it because he's in some like super red state or whatever, and he comes out and there's this security camera footage of him, and he's saying good morning to the neighbors and like this shit, and then a bobcat, a rabid bobcat attacks his wife out of nowhere, like jumps on her and starts attacking her. And so that guy gets the bobcat and swings him around, throws him over there, and then informs everybody nearby that he's going to have to discharge his firearm, and then shoots the thing dead, right? Well, it's one thing, nobody really disagrees that having and using a handgun to shoot dead a rabid bobcat that just attacked your wife, and the alternative is to let it go someplace else, that shooting a rabid bobcat right there and then ending the problem is preferable. Nobody disputes that. The thing is, what people don't get is that the existence of handguns prevents people from being rabid bobcats at lesser than a lethal level. And so we don't notice the benefit from the way that handguns eliminate that middle kind of violence. So before handguns, before guns in general, if I was going to defend myself against somebody who was a superior warrior, I either had to find people either had to get more guys with the same weapons as the guy who's coming at me. I have to be better at the same weapon than the guy who's coming at me. And even if I am better than him at it, there's a good chance I'll get injured in the process of defending myself. So basically, prior to handguns, defending yourself was a matter of building your own private army. With the introduction of handguns, then differences in ability to defend yourself that were heavily maximized prior to guns by things like wealth and power are greatly diminished in the aftermath of guns, simply because they've eliminated the uncertainty of known conflicts. They've made it impossible for you to bully me in my place unless you're coming to kill. And that's an incredibly valuable change in paradigm, because without guns, the other kinds of weapons are expressions of your own strength and skill. Guns, you don't need any strength or skill to kill, and you shouldn't, because killing is not something that is a matter of skill. It's a matter of decision or legitimacy. Regardless of whether the decision making about the use of violence it's legitimate or not, you want to eliminate the amount of uncertainty as much as possible in the commission of that violence when it's legitimate. So, and when it's illegitimate, you want the illegitimate people who are engaged in violence also to have little certainty. So they cannot rely on the fact that they're big and strong and scary to know that they're going to win the fight against that armed lady if they're, say, trying to invade her home or something. They have to recognize that it's never the case that being bigger and stronger and more natively capable of violence gives you an advantage in violence. Because if you violate somebody's rights, then you're subject to being shot by them with a gun. If nobody had any guns, then it may be the case that a lot fewer shootings happen, but it's also the case that people can't genuinely enforce their boundaries as comfortably. They can't know that they won't be overpowered, because every altercation has to be non-lethal in its initial engagement. You can't be sure that you're trying to kill somebody unless you chop off their head with a sword or something. It's like, in other words, it's not a decision, it's an engagement. And you want to eliminate the engagement part as much as possible for violence. It's a decision, not an engagement. If it's legitimate and you decide to use it, then you want to eliminate all of the actual engagement part to the extent that you can, because the decision part of whether it's legitimate is the only thing that matters, right? If it is legitimate, then it ought to, definitionally, when executed, be done in ways that preserve its legitimacy. That means the longer you extend an engagement with somebody in the commission of an act of violence, the more chance you have to do it illegitimately. Because just because committing an act of violence is legitimized, it doesn't mean you can commit it in any way you want. I also saw on TikTok that people were abusing the Disneyland system by wearing crop tops and having to be forced to wear a free Disneyland t-shirt. I mean, that's how you solve a problem. Oh, okay. I've paid to get in here, and you don't like my clothes. If you want me to not be in my clothes, you're going to have to give me free clothes that are other than my clothes. Once I put this on, I'm going to say, okay, fine. Once I put this on, I'm not giving it back to you. It's in my clothes now. Fathers, covers. Okay? Okay, fine. I won't wear the clothes I wear. But I'm not going to take that shirt. I get to pick whatever clothes I want. Obviously. If you're telling me you get to pick what clothes I can't wear, then I'm telling you I get to pick what clothes I can wear. I mean, that's the thing. That's what I would say to them, right? Like, okay, I respect your rules. The thing is, I respect people's rules as a private business. But but the other thing is, because you're a private business, if you're going to try some TE workaround or shit, then I'm free to exploit it. After all, your responsibility to make sure that your enforcement mechanisms aren't just a way for people to rob you legally. If you create that solution for people, hey, you want to rob us legally? Here, break our rule. Well, then, you get what you paid for. You get what you ordered, TE. You get exactly what you ordered. People will eventually figure out ways to subvert your bullshit TE solutions. You know, if you really are serious about people not wearing crop tops, then kick them out of the park as soon as... Because I'm assuming what happens is people go into the park not in a crop top, like having a shirt over it, and then take that shirt off, right? If you're serious about the rule, then you should immediately eject those people from the park and maybe ban them from coming back. But they're not serious about the rule. They don't care if you do that. They just don't want anybody to see you in a crop top. And as long as they can manage that, the cost of the t-shirt to them, it's just part of the cost of doing business, right? We don't need to actually have a real position on this or solve the problem. We need to prevent people doing what they want from interfering with our bottom line. So, you treat me like a whore, I'm going to treat you like a John. If you don't care what actually is, as long as you can continue to fuck me, then when you're sleeping, I'm going to steal your wallet. If you're willing to pretend and lie all up and down and just make compromises and have no real positions and everything, as long as you continue fucking me, well then don't expect me not to steal your wallet when you're sleeping. I'm just doing to you physically what you've been doing to me metaphysically the whole time. I mean, Disneyland, you've got number one problem that you have. Disneyland, Disney World, whatever you want to call it. Your whole business model is being fake interesting to people who can't be interested about interesting things. Real interesting things. There's nothing interesting about riding around in a circle on this thing or whatever. There's nothing interesting about that at all. There's nothing interesting about these bright colors and those bright colors and these crowds and these lines and this branded merchandise and all that stuff. You've taken everything that's possibly interesting about Disneyland out of Disneyland. You made sure that no interesting things are left. If anything could possibly offend anybody, it's been removed. So, congratulations. You finally perfected life in the happiest place on earth by killing everything that doesn't adhere to your narrow band of happiness. Fantastic. No. Look, the point is, we don't have our emotions and stuff aren't informed by actualities. Actuality is painted by our emotional displays. It's great to be here. You can tell because I'm so happy to be here. And this is super interesting because I keep emoting to you that it is. But hold on a second. I don't know why you appear to be so genuinely interested in this. But I gotta tell you, all you're convincing me is that you've got really shitty taste in what's interesting. I'm able to look at this actual thing, and this isn't interesting or fun at all. This is like, okay, we've got to figure out how to distract these people long enough to realize that they're not doing anything. You aren't doing anything. Unless you're bringing your little kids there, why are you at Disneyland, for fuck's sake? You know, adults going to Disney World and stuff. Do you not get the whole concept of Disneyland is supposed to be for kids when they're still too stupid to realize how boring it is. Even I thought, oh, that's a lot of fun when I was a little kid. We're going to go to Disneyland. I got all excited. It didn't take too long before I realized we're going to Disneyland meant I was going to be uncomfortable and waiting to not do things all day long. Hey, I'm waiting to fake do something. Hooray! We gotta wait a really long time for this one though, because it's worth it though. Because the fake doing is mwah! How do we feel about Universal? Well, I mean, it's like when Starbucks disseminated corporate policy to never kick out anybody from their stores for not being a customer of the store because people because homeless people. So, but the thing is, no, not because homeless people. Because black people. Okay. Why did Starbucks make a rule, change their rules so that they never kick anybody, even non-customers, out of their store for violating their property rights? The answer is black people, but the impact is homeless people. The idea was, hey, we want to stop kicking out black people from our stores too soon. But the consequence is they're just putting a sign up that says, homeless people, come sit in here. You know? How ridiculous is that? The point is, it doesn't matter if it's... I'm not trying to diss on homeless people. I'm just trying to say, Starbucks, you can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't both be a private business that has, understandably, rules that say you don't get to enjoy the space of my business indefinitely without at least some possibility of you shopping in some way. You know, you don't get to come into my clothing store And instead of looking for clothes to buy, whether you do or not walking out, you decide to sit between the aisles of clothes and read a book indefinitely. You know, as a store owner, if I make a policy, you never get to kick anybody out of your store, then I'm inviting people to do whatever the fuck they want in my store. It's insane, right? It's forgetting the fact that I can do my private business in public. I can have limits that are between the park and my house. There are things that are neither the park nor my house. Okay? That decision is pretending as though there are only two kinds of things in the world: my house or the park. And since our business isn't my house, it must be the park. You know, it's... You can't run a business. I mean, you can successfully run a business like that if you don't give a fuck at all about anything but the bottom line. You don't care at all about the experience of the people in the stores who aren't abusing this ridiculous policy of yours. If you don't give a fuck about the experience of your employees who can no longer do anything when somebody comes in and makes their work environment miserable for whatever reason. If you don't care about anything but the dollars, you can run a business like that just fine. If you care about anything like things should make sense, rules should cascade down, what we do shouldn't be accidentally affirming the wrong paradigm by demonstrating how fucking stupid we are. Mindy is either a quiet ESTP or potentially an ISTP. Regardless, she's probably an ESTP because she definitely is pretty F-high-polar, I think. You know, when Tiffany starts telling somebody whose name is Randall that he's a horse named Kevin, Tiffany doesn't know that she's just being incredibly stupid. Mindy knows and just plays along with Tiffany's shit all like street man because she thinks it's funny. She never laughs out loud at it. She just laughs later when she's hanging out with Guy Suit. Mindy likes to do things like if Kevin comes to Mindy and says, "Can you talk to Tiffany? She keeps saying my name is Kevin and then I'm a horse." Her point is, well, at least she's not calling you horse anymore. Look on the bright side. She used to just call you horse. Her solution is to get you to accept Tiffany's insane reality. And just because she thinks it's funny, basically. She's kind of a sociopath. But it's also, she's involved in the production team. Everybody else, mostly just Tiffany and assorted characters around her at this moment, but there's a lot more people still involved in this that you don't see on camera very much because it's like Tiffany and Mindy are the main characters. Their basic dynamic, I haven't really felt like I've there's so many different things you can introduce and apply their dynamic to and have it work. And I don't have such an effective dynamic with any other sets of characters, really. So, it generalizes so well. So that's why I'm playing with something that's got a lot of play left in it still and right now I'm figuring out kind of like all the different ways in which I can move these two intellectual, like ideational parts that aren't that are interesting variations and not just repetitions, you know? Talking about Mind Minimalist, I don't know who Mind Minimalist is. But if you want to get all minimalist up in my mind, you better be bringing some koi palms and some bonsai trees. Otherwise, I ain't letting you in my mind's living room. What's a fact about Tiffany that a lot of people don't know? That, that she's totally faithful to Fishman, to Perry, even though she doesn't even know his name and calls him Fishman. And even though she determined that he was her boyfriend because of observational things. Oh, so I have a key at her. I sleep with her all the time. It's like I wake up, I have my own. Oh my God. Are you my boyfriend? And then he comes to terms with it. No, I'm not talking about it. Sure. You're green and slimy and disgusting. But you know what? The part between your knees and your hips is not green and slimy and disgusting. So that's fine. You know, despite that, she's completely faithful and really opposed to cheating at all. Anybody ever tries to get fresh with her, she'd be like, hey, you can't do that. I have a boyfriend. His name's Fishman. And people go like, why are you going out with that fish when you go out with me? She goes, why are you talking when you could shut the fuck up? Why questions in Tiffany's mind are just reasons, are just used. When you start a sentence with why, you're just basically saying to Tiffany, please tell me to shut the fuck up. Tiffany doesn't want to explain herself. She doesn't need to explain herself. You couldn't really understand any of it, but earlier I put a short up where Tiffany says to Mindy, or Mindy says, yeah, I've heard of the Netherlands. What about it, Tiffany? And Tiffany says, well, is that the place you go after you die? Mindy said, no. Is that like another word for your junk? No. Is that the game where you had a ball around a pole and a wrapped up? No, Tiffany, that's tetherball. Eureka! And then she brings Mindy back over to the TV where the Netherlands are playing soccer. And she says, I was right. These people don't know it. But that's not how you play tetherball. I'm loving it. Is mind melt? Wait, did I already type police that person or something? Well, I don't remember. Why do I give a fuck about this person? I don't care. It's like I was excited about that type police episode, like when I pushed, publish. Only to realize shortly thereafter, oh, it's just another disappointment. Why do I think this one was going to do any better than the normal ones? Even in the best instances, like, I already know it's going to be from here to here or whatever. And I always am going to think, no matter where that range is, that's way too low. Instead of it being like 300 to 2,000 views, you should add more zeros to the end of both of those things. I'm always going to think that, no matter how many zeros you add. So it's just remembering things I've already done. is just keeping track of my record of disappointments. Why would I do that? Yeah, we got gaming chairs. We got one for me and one for Rachel. And the reason is because we're serious about our gaming. I like to be like all pew pew pew, and she likes to be like all stab stab stab. It's fantastic. You think Frank James watches TWFP? I wish instead of watching TWFP, he would help TWFP. Like, I don't know, promote me on his huge channel. Well, no. I doubt he watches TWFP. He probably knows knowledge well enough to know that he doesn't want to know this because it's gonna inform too many things. Like, I don't need to know things that are gonna get in the way of my current knowledge, action, realization trajectories. Tiffany's a common name. I'm talking about an I. We know Tiffany. T-I-F-F-I-N-Y. I know Tiffany. That's how most people spell it, Tiffany. Oh yeah, says Frank James is an extrovert. But I say oh yeah is a wrong trovert. So, the point is, a wrong trovert, instead of directing their attention towards either outside or stuff that's private, they direct their attention to stuff that's wrong. He makes 10 videos in a day? Wow. Does he publish 10 videos in a day? How many videos did I make today? I made at least I don't know, probably 15, 16 videos today. Frank James married an ENTJ. Okay. ENTJ's whole point in life is, let's make this intuition uninteresting. Okay, Frank baby. I love it with the creativity. I love it with the intuition. I love it with the resonance, with the peoples and all that stuff. But the problem with it is these ways in which it's creative and interesting. Because that's minimizing the amount of people it can broadly appeal to. And then Frank James, if he really did marry an ENTJ, is stuck with his supervisor. And so he can't even explain to this bitch why she's so nuts. That was a poor decision, Frank. Well, you can't expect INFJs to make particularly good decisions about what's important to them. But they're not incapable of it. That was a poor decision on his part. Very, very poor decision. Because it's basically him saying, I mostly feel hollow because I'm having to be fake. I'm just going to commit to that as a desirable, as just the cost of doing business, rather than trying to resonate more in more meaningful ways. He's trying to resonate in less meaningful ways. That's not going to satisfy you, Frank James. That's going to make you feel like a whore. I promise. That guy feels like his former project of YouTube suddenly turned on him and made him into a whore. Right? His purported girlfriend, YouTube, was actually just a pimp. And as soon as he started going out with her, seriously, she started farming him out to her friends. Wait, hold on a second, YouTube. But I love you. Well, that was your mistake, Frank James, because I'm actually a pimp. Oh, okay. Well, I guess I need to embrace my life as a whore then. Is not the correct response to that. For an INFJ, it's not a good response to it for their well-being, for their ontological well-being. How each type makes a video about each type because a certain type thinks it will appeal to certain types. How each type experiences having cheese thrown at them. You know, ENTP. Do you just throw cheese at me? Do you know that's a rights violation? INTP. Before I explain to you why you shouldn't throw cheese, I want to establish that, in fact, you did throw cheese. Even though you threw it and I was hit by it. I still am going to try to establish that observationally and beyond before I begin my explanation of why you shouldn't throw cheese at me. ISFP. They just throw cheese back at you, I guess. Like, okay, this is not even, it's not fun. It's not fun as a consumer. It's not fun as a generator of it even. It's just silly. It's just like, you know, well, white guys walk like this, but black guys walk like this. Like that shit. It's so dumb. That's not entertaining. I'm sorry, Frank James, you have an occasional good joke and stuff, and that's good. I appreciate the fact that you're trying to provide compact bits of humor, but you're not funny enough. And you're not cringy particularly, but in order to maximize outcomes or whatever, you pulled a Disneyland and removed all the interesting stuff from yourself. Now you're just for children. Only children find your banal flavor of sort of humor worth watching on a regular basis. It's like, okay, that's enough of that. It's just such like candy for teenagers or something. That's what it seems like to me. Who are just starting to understand that they have their own identity because they just hit puberty. And isn't it great that I have an identity that's distinct from things that aren't that identity? Yeah. It's great. When you're done rolling around in that and want to understand more than that, then, maybe watch some other shit, right? No, I'm never going to get tired of rolling around in this. Eric, you know how you never get tired of rolling around in stories of boys who are overpowered magic people in isekai shit, even though you're 50 years old and you watch the same fucking story in every incarnation, you never stop rolling around in it? Yeah. I'm the same way. I'm never gonna stop rolling around in this stupid shit. I love rolling around in it. I love to get it all over me. Okay, well, fair enough. The thing is, Frank James is making good rolling material. A lot of people like to roll around in that stuff. I'm making rolling material for a different kind of roller. So it's like, if you like rolling around in Eric, you like rolling around in stuff that sometimes makes you laugh sometimes hits you in the face, sometimes condescendingly explains things you don't understand in ways you don't understand to you and tells you the explanations that should inform everything in your life or whatever. That's the kind of shit you like to roll around in. You like your rolling material a little more stabby than most people. That's why you're around here. When you roll around on something, you expect that there's going to be an inevitable occasional piece of glass in there, rusty nails, things like that. You can't expect to have a perfect rolling medium. That isn't even interesting. I don't want to go to the roll around in it place and just roll around in one thing. Like, please, let me roll around in your beige. I need to know that sometimes your beige is going to stab me. That's my kind of roll around material. If it's what you should be saying if you're here rolling in this. Of course, nobody wants to roll around in an infinite amount of anything, no matter how wonderful it is to roll around in. You only need as much to roll around in as you actually can roll around in. So you might love pineapples so much that you want a lifetime supply of pineapples. But no matter how much you love pineapples, it will do you no good to get 1 trillion cans of pineapples. You've exhausted your capacity to gorge on pineapples well before 1 trillion cans. So I'm like the person who says, here's 1 trillion cans of pineapple. They're kind of, they're not promising you just the pure sweet flavor of fruit. They also have that weird thing that makes your throat all itchy. But what you need is 1 trillion cans of it. I'm the guy who says, I don't understand why people aren't jumping at my offer of 1 trillion cans of pineapple. Hilarious. I do understand why people aren't jumping at my offer of 1 trillion cans of pineapple. Mostly because there aren't that many pineapple enthusiasts. But even the ones who are genuinely super enthusiastic about pineapple, no matter how much they love it, they still can't eat 1 trillion cans of it. He doesn't visit here. I don't think Frank James spends 1 second around here. There's absolutely no reason for him to. And it's just going to make him feel bad because it's going to drive home the reality that the alternative is possible. That you can not give a fuck and be correct and care about things that are important if you're empowered to do so. If you want to care about money because you need money, I get that. But then this is no longer a vehicle for you to generate art or truth or whatever. It's just a commerce thing, and that's fine. Nothing wrong with that, but I think that Frank James probably misses what once was his friend and now is his job. What part of that video? I don't even know what you're talking about. Eight-hour video. Eric Thor, I forced myself to write about the Myers-Briggs type indicator for 8 hours. Why would you live stream it? Why would you live stream yourself writing? That's got to be the most boring live stream in the history of the world. You guys watch me write? No, Eric Thor. If you're going to present writing, you present it after you've written it. And if you're going to live stream, it's not written. You don't present your the actual writing process as media for somebody else to consume. The media will be done when you're done writing. Then you present your writing. Or you're not writing, in which case then you just freestyle. You can't. It's like, what? Can you imagine if I live streamed the process of getting set up for a live stream, and that was all I was live streaming? It's just this 8-hour stream of describing in great detail the process of setting up for a live stream. Both Eric Thor and Auto Alchemy, or Jeff, Auto Alchemy of Jeff, are doing some small walk and talk videos now, which are thoroughly interesting and entertaining. I mean, some people are enabled to be more engaging when they have more stuff accessible to their senses like that. I find it generally makes it more difficult for me to explain something when there's more sensory data coming in. I mentioned he might have caught the epic bigly streamage bug from you. Oh, it's not a bug. It's mostly just amphetamines. You have to dictate each word. It's a brain tester. Look, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to write while you guys watch me. Now, after I've done that for like 6 hours, when you're just totally tuned out, that's when I pop quiz. What did I write 2 hours ago? It's like watching somebody write is like listening to somebody talk, only way more halting and way slower. And with backing up and erasing shit and replacing it. It's like none of the benefits of things that are already written, and none of the benefits of things that are spoken. Does Auto Alchemy think he's an ENTP? Isn't he an INTP? What did I decide before? When I was paying attention to that guy, I think I posited that he seemed more likely to be an INTP. His rap thing was more INTP-ish. For sure, a lot more. Hence the lack of NI, and seeing, hence the choosing the willful negation of the NI big picture matters in the whole thing, you know. But you know, hey, I could be wrong. Is he possibly an ENTP? Possibly. He can lay claim to extroverted intuition in the first or second slot. It's just that when I engage with Aga, I never think she's a shitty ENTP. Right? Wouldn't he rather be an INTP than just a shitty ENTP? Because if he is an ENTP, he's way shittier at it than me and Aga, or other real ENTPs that I know. No offense. He's shittier at being an ENTP. That doesn't mean he's shittier being an INTP. If he's actually an INTP, that makes a lot more sense, right? Because normally, and this is not a good reason to type somebody something, but normally, I recognize a certain sparkle of dominant NE instead of second slot. And the sparkle comes from the fact that dominant NE is actively validating as a value, NI, and checking against its NE for NI shit, whereas INTPs don't like NI because it is the end of their opportunity to potentiate other things. So basically, what Eric Thor is struggling to do here is figure out a way to stream and be interesting without having to use conscious extroverted intuition. And that's a challenge, I get it, you know. This is my... It's easy for a fish to swim in water, and it's possible for a duck to swim in water. But mostly they just prefer to float along the top of it. He's a duck. Now, it's not even possible for something that can't swim to swim in water. Can't think of anything that can't swim right now. Nobody put me in charge of keeping track of things that can't swim, okay? So just don't bust my chops about that. Things that can't swim, you put them in water, they just drown. They don't even manage to get themselves out of the water. I can't think of anything, really. But I'm sure there are some things that, you put them in water, they just instantly drown. My point is, he's trying to figure out ways, as a duck, that he can just stay floating along the surface of the water without actually having to dive and swim any at all. He's trying to figure out a way to get fish in him while floating along the top of the water without doing any diving. No, Eric Thor, you can't get fish like that. You won't get any fish. They won't just jump into your mouth like you're hoping. If I float the right way, they should just jump into my mouth. Because I moved my feet a little differently down underneath the water. That way I don't have to dive underneath it to get the fish anymore. See how smart I am? Except here's the problem, Eric Thor. If you actually check the record keeping, you'll discover that no fish jumped into your mouth this entire time. Now I know you think that those SI particulars, like whether you actually eat any actual food, seem barely relevant, ultimately, to the bigger picture truth you're telling. Look, hey, I'm floating on top, and I'm doing stuff that should cause fish to jump into my mouth. Okay, that's fine. And I know you were planning on checking later to see if any did. But it's been days now, and you should check those logbooks and see if any fish actually jumped into your mouth. The answer is, with all of your pantomiming of having received fish into your mouth, and chewing them and swallowing them, enjoying them and stuff, you failed to realize that what you assumed would happen, that among all those fake pantomimed fish, some actual fish would jump into your mouth. You wouldn't be able to tell the difference. You'd swallow them and eat them, and they'd provide nutrition. No actual fish have jumped into your mouth, and therefore, while you are floating in a most graceful and convincing fashion, you are starving to death. You know, that's trying to work around extroverted intuition in a live stream. Live streaming is all about extroverted intuition. The thing is, who can possibly carry even a live stream? If you put an SI person in front of a camera for a live stream and say, go, the only way they can go is to tell you their boring personal stories. And you take an NI person and say, go. They say, okay, I'm ready to catch. They're not throwing, right? This is a quarterback. This is a quarterback job. I'm supposed to quarterback by throwing lots and lots of balls down the field. That's all I do all the time anyway. You're a receiver, and you're trying to pretend like you can figure out a way to throw balls down the field without actually throwing balls down the field. You're never going to figure that out. Any more than I'm never going to figure out how to catch balls that have never been thrown. The reason live streaming is just the water in which I swim is because I don't want to be constrained by your big picture realities of things, and I don't want to be constrained by my particular experience either. My knowledge functions are 4 or 5. I'm talking about shit here. I'm explaining things. I'll get around to why it's true, and I'll get around to examples from my own life to establish that at least I have examples consistent with what I'm saying. But what's most important is the delightful and amusing way in which I'm saying it. After all, that's what convinces you that I'm so cool. And that's the goal of all this whole YouTubing stuff, right? When I'm done with it, I will have successfully convinced everybody that I'm cool and smart and funny. There are a lot of people right now who are still trying to tell me they don't like pineapple. And I say, well, how many cans of it have you eaten? Try all the cans of pineapple. They might say, but they're all pineapple and I don't like pineapple. I say, well, but do you like a trillion cans of pineapple? That's a lot different. Actually, this one cascades the other direction. I don't like pineapple. Doesn't change no matter how many cans of it you give me. You cannot change my dislike of it by giving me more cans of it. Well, so what? Do I have to stop manufacturing pineapple? Maybe you should diversify. Okay. I guess we could sell pineapples, pine trees, and apples. Does everything have to involve pineapples, though? Yes. We'll sell apple-bottom jeans, but no boots in the fur, because that contains nothing that's either pine or apple. Everything we sell here somehow has a clear name linkage to pineapple. Okay, well, you've already occupied way too much time of my time as a consumer with your explanation about your trillion cans of pineapple. All I've determined is this is not a regular store, and you might be crazy. And honey, let's go across the street to where things are boring. You know, because weren't we planning on getting some object that said the name of the place we're going to? We have to have that when we go home. That's proof that we've been to that place and bought something there. You know, we're visiting San Diego. This store, I walk in and the guy starts talking about the massive amount of pineapple he has. But I'm looking for a t-shirt that says San Diego. I'm not sure why this guy's store is even here. Not clear what he's selling. I don't know how we managed to wander into this store even. And it's one of those things like the Harry Potter train platform that you accidentally realize you walked through the wall and you're in the store. But apparently we chose to come in here for some reason. But before, I'm just barely beginning my trillion cans of pineapple explanation. And then they leave. But I don't notice them leaving. So I just continue explaining for a very long time to nobody. until I go, huh, oh wait, I guess they left. The important thing, though, is that I got my message about pineapple out. Ultimately, what I really need to do is just express myself and my feelings about pineapple all the time. Look, the world's a poorer place when I'm not expressing myself. A pineapple is the international symbol of hospitality, even though there's nothing welcoming about that plant. It's covered with big spikes on top of it. It's like a military grade whoopee cushion. That doesn't make any sense. Don't make the pineapple the international symbol for hospitality. Make it the international symbol for things you shouldn't sit on. Or things that are difficult to incorporate into a fruit hat. You got to be really committed to the idea of wearing a hat made out of fruit to include a full pineapple in there, because at that point you're making a lot more work for your neck. Probably could be just pick lighter fruit is the point. Or I suppose you could hollow out your pineapple and put it back together. You could devil your pineapple, but instead of putting the mushed up pineapple back into the pineapple with some mayonnaise and paprika, you just leave it off to the side. Now your pineapple's lighter, but you're going to have to glue the sides of it back together. But, you're just using it for a hat, so you don't really need the inside part of the pineapple for that. Would you like to try my deviled pineapple? Deviled pineapple? Well, yeah. It's made exactly the same way that deviled eggs are made. First we take care of all the middle part of the pineapple, and we make it all mushy. Then we add mayonnaise and paprika and put it back in. Can I have mine without mayonnaise and paprika? No. That's not a deviled pineapple. That's an abomination of deviled pineapples. Look, people, you've got to stop forcing things to be other than what they are. If there's not mayonnaise and paprika, it's not a deviled pineapple. I mean, if you're going to just use words all willy-nilly like that, why don't you just cut your pineapple into cubes and say you've riced it? That's not ricing pineapple. That's cutting it into cubes. If you told me, here's a bowl of riced pineapple, and you really gave me a bowl of pineapple cubes, I would say, that's not riced pineapple. Similarly, if I were to give you a deviled pineapple that didn't have mayonnaise and paprika in it, I could well expect you to say back to me, sir, you lied when you told me this was a deviled pineapple. I don't want to subject myself to that kind of accusation, which is why I'm accurate when I use words. Okay? Well, at this point, I think you're being a little bit of a slave to accuracy, Eric, because a deviled pineapple might be okay, depending on what you mix in with a pineapple, but it's never going to be a good idea to mix mayonnaise and paprika in with a pineapple. So you can keep the scoop it out and mush it up part of the deviling process and call it a deviled pineapple based on that. And you could even replace the mayonnaise and the paprika with something that kind of looks like mayonnaise and paprika, like yogurt or something, and I don't know, like berry dust or something. But fruit and mayonnaise don't go together. Nothing goes with mayonnaise. Mayonnaise is disgusting. Deviled eggs are disgusting. Deviled eggs are the thing you go, I can't believe I'm eating this. This tray of tepid eggs that have been torturously reinvented as themselves and put out on a plate, a table where everybody's dirty fingers are and stuff. No good comes from deviled eggs. Let's just acknowledge that. You've already put this egg through way too much. Just cook the fucking thing and eat it already. You know? Just cook it, flip it over to get both sides cooked, and then eat it. You don't need to do all this ornate shit to give me the same egg back. Just eat the fucking eggs already. The amount of touching of my egg you have to do to get it like that. I don't want you to touch it so much to get it like that. Just cook it and eat it regular. If you want to hard boil it, fine. You're done. That's the end of the cooking process. When you hard boil an egg, that's its final state. You don't need to do anything else to it. You certainly don't need to scoop out the insides of it, mush them up, and put them back in. Now you're really just, you're not so much preparing food for me as you are just making sure you touch my food extra times before I eat it. What I want to make is an egg foam reduction, and then devil that foam reduction, rice it, and then put it inside an egg. Fair enough. Or, just a thought, you could just cook it. You just cook it and give it to me. That would be fine too. No, that's not fancy enough. Okay, alright. Now look, I spent many hours now on this egg. Look at all the little shit I've done to it. Look how fancy it is. It's got a little flag that says fancy, and it's got little gold specks all over it. It's real gold. You can eat it. Edible gold flakes. Why am I eating gold? That's not even food. Plus, we've got gross delicacies on the side. These are highly prized sturgeon eggs. Okay. I'm going to just spill the whole story here, everybody. From the very get-go, people were wrong about those things. Fish eggs are not good. This does not take rocket scientists to realize this. It takes anybody with a tongue and any sense whatsoever to realize those gross, slimy little things coming out of that dead fish are not things you should eat. It's not only is it not extra special thing good to eat, it's not something you should eat at all. Don't eat those things. They're disgusting. All kinds of these fucking little delicacies. Like, if you really are a connoisseur, try this disgusting thing. No. Thank you, though. I appreciate all the time and energy you put into acquiring this rare ingredient and preparing it in such loving fashion. But at the end of the day, it's just gross fish. Fish is gross. Don't eat it, you know? If fish were meant to be eaten, it wouldn't smell like fish, and it wouldn't taste like fish. It would taste like beef and smell like beef. Or at least bacon. At the very worst, chicken. Not fish. Look, chicken smells good when it's food, right? Beef smells good when it's food. Pork smells good when it's food. Fish makes your whole kitchen stink like fish. So clearly, 3 of those things are food, and 1 of them is garbage. Don't eat fish. They swim around in the dirty water. You know? That's just common sense stuff. Like SI stuff. I guess NI people don't really get it. That NI people think it looks disgusting, it smells disgusting, it tastes disgusting, and yet I'm still giving it serious consideration as possibly not only food, but as especially desirable food. You gotta really ignore that SI data to think that that's a good idea to eat that. So if you think it's like, look, I do think it's a good idea to eat mushrooms. And I'm correct about that. But it's not because they're good to eat. You might be correct that it's desirable to consume super expensive fancy delicacies. But it's not because they're good to eat. It's for some other reason, like showing off to everybody that we're having truffles and caviar and other gross things. Well, yeah, they're gross, but they're expensive. It's okay to eat fish because they don't have any feelings. Oh, I'm a pescatarian. What does that mean? It means I only eat gross animals. That was a poor choice on your part. Why would you pick the grossest one to eat? Why don't you pick one of the animals? If you're just going to pick one kind of animal to eat, why don't you pick the kind that tastes good? Because you're stupid. That's why. Because you're a stupid pescatarian. Like I was explaining the other day. Think about that bull. He thinks it's a good idea to monopolize all these cows over here. These 12 cows are all mine. And what I mean by mine is I'm going to fuck all these cows. From now until the end of time. Only me shall fuck all of these cows. And the bull's so committed to this idea that he spends most of his time fighting off people who naturally are trying to fuck at least 1 or 2 of his cows. He has 12 of them. He can't be fucking more than 1 at a time. While he's fucking 1 cow, the other cow is just placidly sitting nearby. He's busy fucking that cow. So another bull can come up and fuck one of the other cows, He doesn't want that to happen. And so he spends all of his time preserving his ability to fuck these 12 cows and none of his time actually fucking them. If you were a smart bull, he'd have a smaller group of cows that he wants to fuck. Because there's a sweet spot there, right? If you accept as an absolute value fucking as much cow as possible, you don't want to mistake that for fucking as many cow as possible. Because if you're trying to preserve your ability to fuck too many cows, then you have to spend all your time doing that and none of your time fucking the cows. This is why animals are stupid animals and humans are not stupid animals. Because humans realize, at least some of the time, why do I want to fuck all these cows? Why? If I do want to fuck these cows badly, why am I so busy fighting these other bulls? At some point, people have some capacity to go, I'm going to try to observe what I'm doing and double check that I'm not just diving into an empty swimming pool here, you know? But the bull doesn't do that. He never questions his fundamental paradigm. His fundamental paradigm says, look, my goal is to make sure that I and only I fuck all of these cows. Even though his goal is more or less impossible. The best he can do is temporarily prevent intrusions on his cow domain. He can't, because in order to be the kind of thing that you can gather up in a big group and say, okay, you guys stay here, I get to fuck all of you, and none of you get to fuck anybody else, and if anybody even comes near you, I'm going to fight them all off. The cows already have to be very disinterested in this process. They don't give a fuck about you. You're just the bull who currently is being weird around your group of cows, you know? Once some other bull beats you, then that's the bull who's weird around this group of cows. So there's an inherent don't give a fuck about you in each of these cows that you insist is so important you only have access to. They don't feel that way about you. If they did, they'd be mad at you for fucking the other cows in the group. Hey, I thought you loved me is not something the cows say to the bull. They never thought the bull loved them. They always understand from the get-go. This bull just wants to fuck us all and doesn't want to let any other bulls fuck us all. This bull is replaceable by any other bull as a consequence because he doesn't care about me, cow number 4. He just wants to fuck all of us. So, you know, my point is, don't be somebody who tries to fuck so many cows that who tries to maintain exclusive fucking rights on so many cows. They spend all their time, defending their trademark, and none of their time actually cow fucking. Don't be a guy whose job is neither a road painter nor an ice cream store, but rather a person who's constantly running back and forth between the ice cream store and the road painting. Hi, darling. How you feeling?
I'm feeling okay. I'm gonna take my medicine and go to bed soon. I was just wondering, I didn't get anything at the mall because I was feeling, like...
Oh, right. You came right back.
Yeah, so I was wondering, what my limit is.
Well, let's The reason I muted the mic was because we were talking finances. And that's something I generally don't feel any need to make the particulars of our conversations public, because that's the sort of thing that doesn't, it's not informative at all. Like, I'm very transparent about everything, except the specific niggling details of our finances are not our concern, and I don't need to make that public business, you know? Basically, we were talking about, like, what she wants to buy and whether or not we can afford it, you know? And the answer is no, we can't afford it, but if I mean, if you just want to buy that thing, then yeah, we could afford that. That's the answer, basically. And then a lot of other words as I navigate the FE realities of the whole thing. Oh, wonderful kitty man, your glorious purrs are the sound of angels laughing in my ears, tickling my eardrums with their angelic wing beatings. The purrs of a kitty are like the sound of angel wings flapping against your eardrums. Whew, I am sweaty and also meowy. I feel one half meow and one half I don't really have the crackles anymore. That's good. Part of the crackles can be demonstrated in this one scene from BoJack Horseman where they switch over to his like internal monologue, freaking chaos ride of internal whatever for like one scene, and it's just when you have the crackles, you can't ignore the things you're accustomed to ignoring adequately to be comfortable. You don't want the crackles for Christmas. Or any other day. Or any other reason. You just don't want the crackles. Nobody wants the crackles. The crackles begin with the reality that you've got excessive gackiness, and it's making it difficult for you to pretend that it's not there anymore. You spent all of your go away for now capital. You know, like, well, I'm feeling kind of shitty, but I'm sure if I eat a little mushrooms and take a little Adderall, I'll feel better. Well, eventually, you have to actually take care of yourself, or else the energy that you have for having fun is insufficient to really have fun. So, we're all, at the end of the day, snake bit, hamstrung, caught 22 times by a catch-22, implicit to me and implicit to you. Namely, you can't both preserve your ability to fuck millions of cows and actually fuck them at the same time. You can't make trillions of cans of pineapple and expect the demand for pineapple to go up. Well, the most important thing, show media, is you can play it out smart or you can play it out dumb. So I can get maximal benefits from the drugs provided I am very SI about how to do them. Of course, it's possible, but a challenge for me because SI is conscious, but it's fourth slot. At Talking Unfinishable, a video I watched about DMT entities recorded that during their trip they couldn't get them to answer data request type questions. Makes me think you're on a blacklist. You mean on a blacklist of people whom DMT entities will be non-responsive to? No, you're not on the list. I thought you guys just, everybody's who smoked DMT got to meet with you. No, you're not on the list. But, sorry, you're not on the list. Go away. Are you sure there are really DMT entities in there? Oh, they're in here. And, also, you are not on the list. Can I at least peek at them? Are you on the list? Apparently not. Then no, you cannot peek at them. You're not even at all have any confirmation whatsoever that they're in there. But look, these people we're letting in are really excited to meet them. Well, I guess I would be excited to meet them too if you let me in. Yeah, but you're not on the list. A point you've made already, and does seem in fact determinate here on this question. So, what am I doing still standing here arguing with you? Anyway, DMT, listen. If your entities were worth talking to, you wouldn't have disabled my girlfriend. Fucktards. It's like, good drugs don't poison you like that. Sure, I'd gladly hit the living fuck out of any DMT pipe that was suddenly handed to me. But that doesn't mean I trust you entities, because I can't even trust you to react with Rachel the same physiologically predictable way that she can smoke you and be fine, because sometimes apparently you're like super poisonous or something. So fuck off. You know, when Rachel took mushrooms, she didn't like suffer neuropathic harm. She felt better. So, I mean, that's how drugs are supposed to work, right? You don't want to, nobody wants to pay that cost for your trip. Well, I guess that's the thing. At a certain point, if you get exactly what you want from a drug, which is a drug like DMT, which is the capacity to continually do it all day long and never lose the pop from it. Well, I guess at some point the amount you consume is going to be too much and do some harms and stuff. But you know, there needs to be some natural breaks on a thing sometimes. True, I might be able to do myself harm by eating way too many mushrooms. But at least to do that, I had to eat way too many mushrooms, which is disgusting. Don't make it so easy for a person who's attempting to pleasure themselves to injure themselves. I blame you, DMT, and your whole shady business. But I'm thinking maybe the missing link here in this whole business is that all Rachel needed to do to cure her neuropathy was get COVID. And it all comes full circle. And now it all makes sense. And now it all finally makes perfect sense. COVID is really a collusion between powerful cabals of secret DMT interests and powerful cabals of people who are opposed to the harms caused by those powerful cabals of people with DMT interests. COVID is actually a very sneaky cure for DMT-caused neuropathy. The fact that it happens also to have the same contagion vector and assorted symptoms as colds and flus is incidental to its core purpose, which it was designed somewhere on a space station. That makes it extra sciencey. And it was designed especially to completely repair any neuropathic damage. These other impacts from it are incidental and collateral to what it is. That would be nice. If it worked out like that, that would be nice. Wouldn't that be great? Then it turns out that wasn't a pandemic. That was just a really expensive way to cure Rachel. What about ketamine? Does it help with depression and PTSD? I mean, look, I think there are basically I don't have good answers for these kinds of questions, but I'll tell you what my instincts say and my intuition says. It says that people broadly fall into two categories of drug responsiveness. The one category, which you might call serotonin people, they are more responsive generally to Advil than Tylenol, and they're potentially responsive to things like ketamine. Whereas the dopamine people are much more responsive to things like mushrooms than to ketamine, and more responsive to Tylenol than Advil. But again, these aren't statements I can prove or affirm as arguments. This is just me reporting on my intuition about it. My intuition plus enough knowledge to be dangerous, but not enough knowledge to actually affirm or negate anything. Just enough knowledge to mislead intuition, you know? There's a certain level of knowledge that all that amount of knowledge does is almost always mislead intuition. Because nobody's intuition is so good that they can intuit correctly from inadequate and misleading chunks of data. You know, if each piece of the puzzle that you see is bright red, you're never going to intuit that it's a holly wreath, because almost the entirety of a holly wreath is green. You just happen to uncover these three bits of totally red pieces of the puzzle. Whatever you're going to intuit about its color, it's not going to be that though red comprises 100% of your sample size, it comprises 1% of the final picture. Just a question. How did you conclude that your MBTI methodology is better than other people's? Well, in order to answer that question, you have to say, here's what one can do to at least make objective the fact that what you purport to be an explanation actually explains things. So, before you can correctly provide any explanation to anybody, there's framing work that needs to be done. The reason I know my explanation is better is because they built their houses on mud while I was actually constructing a foundation for things. Because while they never addressed questions of what would a successful what are we modeling if we're modeling something? What does a model for that kind of thing look like? How will we know if we've successfully modeled it and established that it's been successfully modeled to the exclusion of other things? Those kind of epistemological questions aren't part of their process. So they can't possibly have done it correctly. You cannot build a house correctly without paying any attention to the ground on which you're building. No matter how well you hammer shit together. I've done ketamine before and I didn't like it. I never liked it anytime I did it. I came back to it periodically. I do it. I try to find a sweet spot, but I never could find one. It's like it's not good enough, and then it's terrible. it's kind of crackly, not good, and then it's terrible. The K-hole was the worst drug experience I ever had. Okay? The K-hole is... Because the thing is, it's dissociative. Ketamine is a dissociative drug. What dissociative drugs do is they make it impossible for you to link your experience with your identity and your maps and stuff. They're crippling the mapping types, basically. And if somehow you're comfortable with just this mishmash of experience going around you unexplained by anything, even that you lose the capacity to understand what an explanation is, it's horrifying in a way that you just are reduced to a general sense of panic that I can't find the guy who's supposed to be panicking. You know? It's terrible. But maybe if you're super experiential, you're accustomed to that lack of mapping, the lack of reliability on mapping mechanisms, because you have other things that aren't changed by ketamine that you treat as assumptions that are still there, so you're comfortable in your ontology even though you're dissociated. But I don't know. I didn't like it. I had a whole vial of it one time, and it lasted a long-ass time, and I kept coming back to it and thinking, this time I'm going to like it. No, you still don't like it, stupid. It's like gambling. Ketamine's like gambling. It seems fun, but you never like it. It's just reconfirming for yourself that yes, that's disappointing and was a bad idea. And try to remember next time, don't do that. And of course you forget. But I want some kind of drugs. And all I have is ketamine. Well, it's better than nothing. No, it's not. You don't like it. I want some kind of good experience. I don't have any good experience. Well, I'm sure this bad experience will do just as well. No, it won't. It's not a good experience. It's not going to do you the good job of making you happy without you having to authentically be happy. It's like that's way harder. I can't enjoy stuff maximum ability without taking some kind of action to enable my enjoyment processes. It's like, yeah, shit's funny all the time, but I don't necessarily feel the funniness of it all the time. And yes, I've always got ideas burbling out of me, but I don't always feel like even the small amount of action it requires for me to say things on a live stream. Sometimes I just need to brood and not watch some anime that's playing in front of me and smoke cigarettes and realize I'm uncomfortable and go, fuck everything. I need periods of time to do that. Otherwise, gosh. Well, there has to be an alternative. There has to be the alternative to productive, right? I can't be productive without contrasting it against unproductive periods. Otherwise, it would just become the new normal, right? It's like, well, the minimum I have to do is this amount of productivity at all times. And now to be productive, I have to do twice that. So you just have to acknowledge, hey, look, hi, listen up, self. Hold on a second. Get out of my face and hold on a second, self. You just got to be like that. Don't ever say anything. Just continually tell yourself things like, now you better watch it here, bub. I've had enough of you and your nonsense. Do I think Jung's foundation was muddy or concrete? Well, that's the thing. Jung intuited how somebody with a cement mixer and some practical skills could make a foundation. And he was right in his intuition, but he was pretty shitty about explaining it because he grokked the concept as a receiver. And he didn't then, the next play, turn into the quarterback particularly effectively. So, but he did so effectively enough to get us down the field where people who could understand the full implications of what he was saying, those people would understand how that cascaded down, even so encompassingly as to encompass the answer to all of our modeling questions. So it explains how the reason my explanation is preferable to the other explanations that mostly I haven't even heard is because of the interaction between these SI particular realities of mine and my attentional stack, which prioritizes ideational creativity, but validates with holistic resonance, and the inclusion of an instrumental or an operational instrumental value of checking everything to see how you could attack it because of its weakness argumentationally. So, because of all of those things, now, if we're going to explain it through cognitive functions, you have to explain it from the observer first. So, the reason my explanation is better is because it acknowledges, first and foremost, that every explanation is someone's. And that, in fact, while I might explain why the word entity that I'm generating ought to be valuable to other people in a way in ways that other things people are doing shouldn't, that's missing the point, right? It's like all we can say about something like this is whether it validates on parsability, whether it validates on holistic resonance, whether it validates on uniqueness, which is to say, I'm actually saying something. I'm not just restating something that's been said before. Or I'm not preventing what I'm saying from being meaningful. The way you make things you're saying be meaningful is make it such that people can use what you're saying to do things argumentationally. If I can't provide some kind of way to operationalize the word conscious and unconscious about functions, then I don't mean anything when I'm talking about the distinction. And one of the problems that the world has, humanity has, epistemologically, is that I can intuit and grok holistic truths that I can't explain. This is fundamental to being human. And we all accept that reality on a physical level. That I ultimately can't explain why it is that I know those things are all human beings, and those other things next to it are all dogs. If I want to check to see what's common among dogs, I'm never going to have an argument about whether the things I'm testing are dogs. Same with people. So if I want to show, look, dogs and people have this difference when we apply the same test to both of them. If I take blood out of both of these things and put this reagent onto the blood that establishes meow, I get different data printouts. And I can show that this difference isn't just present in this dog and that human, but every dog and every human displays this same quality. So that whatever is being shown here is implicit to the difference between these two species. Of course, now I've established something here, but I still can't explain how it is I knew ahead of time that those were all humans and these were all dogs. Because any explanation I might provide, in order for it to be meaningful, it would have to be operationalized. But any operationalized definition you provide, which is to say, rendering some kind of test somebody can apply, can never universalize. Because no specific part that can be tested is sufficient to explain the holistic grokking of the thing. In other words, if I say, well, look, we know they're dogs because they bark, we might have a person who's barking as well. But if we apply that test, then we have to move that person over there to the dogs. We say, well, we know they're dogs because they've got much more fur on them than these things. But then you've also got a hairless chihuahua in the mix, and a guy who not only has big hair, beard like me, but it's also got big hairy back and chest and everything. So then you go, okay, well, let's put this chihuahua in the people group, and let's put this hairy guy in the dog group. Now, whatever specific thing you use as a test is always less reliable than our intuition about, well, we just know those are all people, and we just know those are all dogs. The challenge that we have in typology is that the intuitive reality that is actually valid is not that that person's the same personality type as that person, or that these people are INFJs. It's that the correct way to map people in reality is via their attention. That the only kind of time we can ever communicate about anything, we've already committed ourselves to an attentional frame. After all, when I'm talking, I'm asking you to pay attention to what I'm saying, implicit in the fact that I believe I'm talking to somebody rather than to myself. I mean, different species aren't related to each other. Individuals within a species are related to each other. So, for example, I'm related to my mom and dad, but I'm not related to Rachel. Nevertheless, all of us comprise my family. That's the kind of metaphor that happens when we forget about equivocation. It's like when we talk about a species, we're talking, if we mean anything, about the qualities that make every instance of that an example of that. It's implicitly an NI thing. It rejects the action deliberation frame by virtue of its unknowability by that kind of attention. So the reason we have different kinds of attention is because we encounter things that require different kinds of attention, and or it's not possible for us to engage so complex a world with just one kind of attention. It's not possible to meaningfully understand what it would mean to be at all, except because we communicate, we can't conceive of being in a non-communicative way. We can't conceive of not retaining information and still being fully human. If we imagine ourselves not being able to remember anything, we're imagining ourselves being crippled fundamentally by a brain disease. We're not imagining ourselves as the same person, just attending without that kind of attention. Because it's not possible to be human without at least fully human, to be without at least an operational, like a machine code level functionality. No matter how definitionally deprioritized my introverted intuition is, I can still tell the difference between a fork and a spoon, right? That's a machine code level NI that is not, it's like, it's as though each of the attentional manners expresses as like a heartbeat where it's responsive non-willfully towards stimulus, and part of it that functions like breathing where it'll go automatic but it'll also, you can control it. I don't know, I get lost in these thoughts and explanations. This is what I'm talking about when it's like, okay, I need to get out of down here in this fucking trees. I need to go back up there and look at things again. And I hate being the guy who spends too much of his time walking back and forth between down there and up here, right? It's like, okay, I just realized, oh shit, I've been spending a long time down here and I forgot what I'm doing. I forgot if I'm cutting the right trees down or if I'm moving the right boulders or whatever. I need to go look at it from above again. And I realized, oh shit. I wasn't supposed to move that hill. I was supposed to move this hill. A fork is for stabbing things to eat, and a spoon is for melting your heroin. Good stuff. Good stuff. Whatever happened to that shaman guy? You mean Shaman the Common Paw Man? Shaman the Common Paw Man was a crook in the 1860s who would first use shamanic magic to disable his victims. Next, he would use his greedy paws to grab their things. So that's why they called him that. And the thing to remember here is that these children were pretending to be people engaged in something that they were not engaged in. They couldn't be engaged in it because they were pretending. They didn't know they were pretending, but they definitely were pretending. They didn't know they were pretending. You probably don't know they were pretending. But most importantly, you probably don't care if they were pretending. If you don't like them, it doesn't matter to you if they're pretending. They're still condemnable. If you do like them, they probably weren't pretending, but even if they were pretending, who cares? They're right. Well, what actually matters is these people are too stupid to do the thing they're being accused of. They didn't even know they were pretending. Do we want to, I mean, should we be, whatever conversation we're having, okay? We should not be treating the pretend stuff as though our primary concern is not that it is pretend stuff and understanding it as such, but rather the contents of the pretend. Our priority must always be say, okay, these are children who can't think. Shoo them away because whatever they did, they're idiots. There's no point in pretending as though, like, some people won't go, I want to make a big fuss about how horrible it is that these idiots are idiots. That's what they say. But really what they mean is, finally, I get to prove just how awful a goddamn playful of handkerchiefs is. But Tiffany, his name's Clayton Kershaw. I know his name's playful of handkerchiefs. That's what's so awful about him. You shouldn't put snotty handkerchiefs on a plate. The point is, it doesn't matter. What's important for people who engage this issue mostly is, look, you're missing my point. I hate plate full of handkerchiefs because it's gross to put a handkerchief on a plate. Even though his name's not plate full of handkerchiefs, his name's Clayton Kershaw. But Tiffany, she doesn't care about that. She starts right off, she asks, she says to Mindy, hey, is there that guy whose name's plate full of handkerchiefs? What's his name again? And Mindy says, Clayton Kershaw. And she says, oh, exactly, I hate that guy. Why? Because it's gross to put handkerchiefs on a plate. There's zero interest at all in how anything, things don't have to be real for them to be the determinant factor in the thing. Tiffany's point is it's gross to put handkerchiefs on a plate, alright? And that people who do that are shitty. In fact, mostly what she's trying to say is, people like that, I stink. So it's our job as grown-ups to say, what's relevant here is that Clayton Kershaw name is not plate full of handkerchiefs, and even if it were, it wouldn't mean he's an advocate in favor of leaving handkerchiefs on a plate. Even if he were an advocate of that, there's no indication anywhere that they're used handkerchiefs, and it depends where you put the plate as to whether it's gross. So, instead of going, what everybody always likes to do, or just ends up doing because people are dumb, is they go, no, it's not gross to put handkerchiefs on a plate. You know, they think, no, Tiffany, you're wrong. Yes, Tiffany is wrong. Okay? But it's not because it's not gross to put handkerchiefs on a plate. It's much more structural than that. And what the engine of that kind of humor is that the less TI you get, the more easy it is to commit equivocations without being knowledgeable of it. To use one word to mean two different things. Most importantly, to use a one word to do two different things. So it's like, if I say, I can't remember a good example right now. Never mind. I didn't want to think that hard. Fuck's thinking so much anyway. Why am I always thinking about things so much? Like that bath. There's this weird combination of me observing myself, switching between trying to have full enough thoughts about the nature of reality, and then flipping over to how I feel right now in the bath. And the only person who seemed in charge of it was the me that's observing this thing going on in my head. Clearly nobody's steering this ship. Nobody decided to think about this shit before they got in the bath, or have this congested, fucking poorly laid out traffic. It's like a French traffic circle in my head. Who the fuck designed that thing? Okay, look, flow state. It's not even possible to set this up. Right? Trump really was so dumb that he actually believed that he didn't lose the election. You can't set that up. You have to have a real life idiot maximally expressing their stupidity. You can't set that up. There's no possible way you can set up Trump proving over and over and over again what a complete tard he is. I mean, the guy, bucket of rocks, is insulting to buckets of rocks. Some of my best friends are buckets of rocks. Yeah, no, that's never the case, Flow State. You can't both express yourself, express as a being that's that persistently stupid, and also understand things. You can never understand well enough from a utilitarian perspective to have that much clarity about the big picture. There are no super mastermind evil geniuses. The worst thing there are idiots who can't see beyond what they're doing right here, who end up doing evil shit. What you keep doing is affording people way more credit than they deserve. There's absolutely no reason, you've got no examples in your own life of anyone who has anything close to the combination of things you're affording this guy. And you afford him an impossible combination of things. I know you don't like the fact that this bag comes with what you want and also 7 different kinds of poo. But it does come with that. And pretending that this bag isn't mostly poo won't change that reality. I don't care how great the hammer inside your bag of shit is. It needs to be more than just a hammer. And if Trump were smart, then why didn't he do the job he was applying for, representing every person in the country rather than just the people he felt like he liked? Why didn't he make any effort whatsoever to convince me that he represented anything that mattered to me at all, unless I was blindly loyal to him? That the only way he was going to be on my side is with a loyalty promise. Why should we have any even hint of a suggestion that somebody who applied for and got a job that requires them to represent every single American citizen, and who then willfully excludes more than half of all of the citizenry from being part of the good guys because they don't like him. How can you possibly think somebody like that is smart? They can't even they can't even understand what the job they're applying for requires. They're as bad as the moon. Like Trump is just like the moon. The moon shows up on interview day. It's a full moon. It's what we want. A circle that's bright. After it gets the job, it informs us, I only work 1 out of every 28 days as indicated. The other 27 days, I have something that's not a full circle. So, no, that's not smart. That's shitty and obviously unable to recognize reality before you enter into it because you're fully fucking immersed and your particular is bullshit. I mean, if you just think a little bit about the situation and the reality of the job of the president, what is a good president? You know, you can't just say a good president is somebody who hates the other guys as much as I do and believes a bunch of bullshit about them as much as I do. That's not how to be. Don't engage politically at all then if you're going to be that stupid. Have enough respect for the citizen democracy to not spoil it so much with your abject and ridiculous pantomime of thought. It's one thing to shoot your load all over the face of democracy, but don't shit on it. You know? That's fair. Don't shit on everything that's part of a civil process because you're so enamored with your little notions of holistic explanations that you don't want to afford reality top level frame. Individuals are we understand the scope of individuals. We understand how to be good at certain things is to be bad at certain other things. Implicitly, right? So there's absolutely no reason to think that any individual has this superpowered combination of abilities to make the Trump not only was incredibly good at being stupid, but he was also incredibly good at being smart. No, that doesn't work like that. Sorry. Trump gets to have the power of Tiffany, the power of brazen, unself-aware, action-driven stupidity. He doesn't also get to be smart. Being Tiffany is all the fucking benefit anybody needs. You don't need to afford them things they can't possibly be. Being Tiffany is way more effective and powerful on everything than being smart. But we don't want to be so much ourselves Tiffany as to mistake Tiffany as for smart. Trump is smart. I mean, come on. Like, Trump knew it the whole time. He's like some kind of mastermind who planned this whole whatever thing. And, I mean, come on. Like, the guy genuinely believes he didn't lose the election. Even though, if he looked at any part of the country that didn't blindly sing his praises for a second, he would have realized that everybody else hated him. And then that's a good reason to lose an election. He would have realized that if I'm claiming my first term was legitimate, I'm accepting that the results of the electoral process produces the correct results. That, in fact, I didn't steal the first election, and they didn't steal this one. Now, that doesn't mean elections are never stolen. It just means when they are, I mean, you start with big glaring errors. You initially engage the election with the assumption that unless there are fishy ass things going on, that it's a free and fair election. I mean, what changed so much in the 4 years that Trump was in office, such that the electoral process that was reliable when it elected him at the beginning of his term was no longer reliable at the end of his term? I'm not arguing with you, per se. I'm pointing out that no person can both acknowledge that Trump genuinely believed he won the election that he had just lost, and also claim that he's a smart person. You have to pretend that he was faking when he believed that, when he told everybody that he didn't really lose the election. And that's just silly. I mean, Trump played fast and loose with the truth, but it was always in the direction of what he wanted to be true, and never as a fucking feint like that. And in that regard, he was predictable. You know, it's like, well, Trump will find whatever reasons are convenient to do what he wants. If sensible people get between him and doing what he wants, he'll just fire them. He'll fire them until he finds somebody who is very effective at ignoring how stupid this guy who's giving him instructions is. Like, who could take instruction? Who could be on that administration, like in the cabinet? Who could possibly handle being in Trump's cabinet? That guy doesn't want to learn anything about anything. He doesn't want to engage intellectually with anything at all. He wants to minimize his communications outward to tweets that fucking celebrate his team and shit on the other team. That's not a statesman, right? That's like a retarded teenager. That's not somebody who can possibly represent all the people in the country. To represent the people in the country is to genuinely be able to engage with their respective political limitations and explain to them, I represent you. I understand you feel very strongly about these mythologies. And I promise you that all of our shared values will be upheld best by leaving politics into the hands of a statesman, a genuine statesman, who understands the scope and severity of what he's undertaking here. Trump just thought he was getting a role in a TV show or something. He didn't get what he was getting himself into. He didn't care at all or look at all at the job description before he decided he wanted the job. It's fundamentally disrespectful to the American people and the institutions of democracy. Because if you're applying to express your role as a citizen, as the President of the United States. You should. The problem is, the only people who think they're qualified to do that are basically like me and people who definitely aren't qualified to do that. It's because of a failure to recognize the primacy of process integrity over particulars. You know, it may seem like this grate is just in the way, but actually, it's what prevents fish from going into this thing and breaking it. So, just because you don't like that this grate's in your way right now, as president, you don't just take out the grate and go, fuck checks and balances. No, you don't do that because you have sufficient knowledge going in about your responsibilities and as they're defined by the Constitution and things like that. Trump did no research and knew nothing to begin with about the job of the president. So he's one of those people where he's on the... You've got two kinds of people who run for president. People who are completely delusional about their ability to run for president, to be the president, what it even means, and people who are actually capable. But this is just a teeny little bit of people up here. And in the middle, in between, you have nothing. So, it's not surprising that Trump's an idiot and president, was president and was an idiot concurrently. It's just indicative of the fact that we need to find a way to bust through this mythology obsession people have. Until people no longer believe that by defeating the hated other team, they are helping America, we've got a problem. So, the thing is, a healthy political system recognizes the competing values of what will always break into two groups ultimately. Recognizes those as a healthy way for all parties to check themselves. It's like whatever I feel so passionate about, by engaging discursively with somebody who has an opposing position, purportedly, it allows us as a nation to be more correct about things, to be more balanced and correct. In practice, if instead of engaging discursively with people who disagree with us, we only engage discursively with people who agree with us about how terrible people who don't agree with us are, then we create this weird and sort of dangerous climate phenomenon whereby, because everybody's caught up in this pretend politics thing, it makes it, they get so caught up in the pretend politics thing that it becomes less and less and less likely that any actual politics gets attended to. Ultimately, you need good governance. And disputing what that means is part of the political process, a healthy part of a good democracy. But it's never attained by pointing out that the alternative is bad governance. So you never get a good leader by pointing out that the other alternatives are bad, because that's not a good reason for somebody to become a leader. It's been such a long time since we as a country could actually affirm a choice as preferable for legitimate reasons. We've always had to get a little bit of something. So what Trump offered us was a refreshing kind of not being frame locked. At least he was honest. At least he tried to follow through with what he said he was going to do. And at least he didn't afford legitimacy by taking seriously those other fucking tards. But being the best tard is an extraordinarily low bar. And when we're stuck in that paradigm, we're going to get nothing but tard competitions. Whose tard is less tarded is not a good way to pick president. We need to remember, we the voters are hiring somebody to do a specific job. We're hiring them to represent all of the people of America. So if we choose with our vote to hire somebody because they represent us to the exclusion of some other people, then we shouldn't be part of the hiring committee. We should exclude ourselves, recuse ourselves, because we can't be objective about whether somebody's going to represent all of the people and choose that person accordingly. Instead, we're always going to undermine the success of the political process by picking somebody who can't do, definitionally, the job we're electing him to do. So, when you get dangerous, discursive weather phenomena, usually the way those bad arguments get backpedaled from is they win on practical grounds, even though they don't win metaphysically. And then that fails. It always fails. Whatever is concretized from wrongness is never a good idea, because it's always not the best argument. It's always not the best idea. You know, if it loses the argument, there's always a better idea than that. So whenever we push through a bad idea to concretize it, even though it's a bad idea, everybody incurs the harms of that stupidity. But people do tend to learn on a very non-generalizing way. So it's like, they may not have, this reality may not meaningfully inform their paradigm overall, but it is the case that they're no longer panicking about COVID. So everybody may be getting COVID, but also everybody's walking around without masks on. And so you don't hear those arguments anymore. You that say, this is critically important that we treat this as something other than within the broad range of cold and flu thing. You don't hear those arguments anymore. And the people who used their power to force through bad policy with losing arguments can no longer force through that policy with those same losing arguments. So that's what usually happens, because people aren't discursively engaged correctly in it with policy, public policy. There's this continual go too far here, go too far there, go too far there, go too far there. Make, various ways of bullshitting. People think it doesn't matter who wins the argument because they know they're right. The fucking hubris. The fucking hubris. It doesn't matter who wins the argument because I know I'm right. Okay, Well, that's fine if you're talking about what you're going to do with your penis tonight. In bed, you and your hand in your pillow, that's fine. But if you're talking about forcing everybody to meh, then get the fuck out of town. You know, it's like, at least be respectful enough of reality to recognize that if you can't establish that you're correct, you don't know that you are. Right? That's like a monumentally harmful level of stupid. When you can't even recognize that not being able to establish something is a reason to think that you don't know something well enough to try to impose it on everybody else. But instead, what people do is they know what they want to do, and they try to discursively exclude you from the process of evaluating things. They're like, here's what we should all do. Okay, why? Because of this terrible argument. Well, that's a terrible... As long as I just do it. Just do it. Shut up. Everybody needs to be super scared. Okay, we're all in a panic. I'll have to stay locked in our houses for weeks and months at a time. But why? Because everybody's gonna get a COVID. Yeah, so if everybody's gonna get it, why are we staying locked in our houses all this time? Because they're not gonna get it. But they keep getting it. Shut up! We're just waiting for a vaccine. Then nobody will be able to get it. But what if you can't come up with one? No, don't shut up! By the time we come up with a vaccine, well, that's what we're waiting for. Then finally, we'll be able to be safe when we leave our homes. Because it'll be impossible for anybody to get COVID. Well, I got the vaccine and now I have COVID. You all need to take more vaccine, obviously. You need more shots of vaccine. They're fucking tards. I mean, the thing is, how retarded are those people? They're so fucking retarded. That's all. Like the guy who gave us our vaccine shot. You should feel grateful you're lucky. We got this for free in America. Okay, well, but you have to do more than just establish that something's free to make me glad to receive it. While you were injecting me, I farted. That was free for you. Are you glad to receive it? I don't think so. I mean, the thing about it is this. There's a fundamental problem from the get-go that is as follows. If you want to show that the magnitude of a threat is meaningful to individuals, you need to do more than show it'll be extra common among individuals, and therefore each individual, because there's a bigger pile of dead bodies, ought to treat it as more of a threat. Thing is, all cold and flu shit incurs occasional deaths because it contributes to a variety of different health problems, and then people die from it. If you have a novel cold or flu that's very contagious that everybody's going to get, then obviously the total number of people who are going to die from it is going to be larger than if you have a smaller number of people who get it. But from an individual's perspective, I shouldn't treat it as any different than cold and flu thing, because those numbers don't represent a distinction implicit to the severity of the disease, but rather a distinction implicit to the contagiousness of the disease. So it's like, if you want to show me that COVID was dangerous, you have to do more than show me a big pile of dead bodies. You have to establish that it's uniquely dangerous to me as opposed to other cold and flu things. If you try to exclude from your analysis of the thing actual intellectual work like that, then you are just doing that thing where, thinking and deciding what's right. I don't need to do that. I know what we should do. We should panic. Why aren't you panicking? You're evil, non-panicker. Censor them. Censor them all. Here's the thing, Flow State. The reason we know that COVID was not a psyop is because even you, who's not a stupid person, are so dumb you think it was a psyop. Who are these super geniuses you're crediting with all these big super genius plans? Remember, the capacity of somebody to implement complex plans and concretize them is inversely proportional to their ability to be right about things. Ad homs to force perspective are... Okay, well, did I ad hom him? I mean, the point is, how could Taylor both believe that it's a psyop of some kind and also think that people are indicative of reality? We never meet anybody who has this quality of being able, as one person, to anticipate so many vectors, the likely impacts, etc., such that they can implement a psyop of a sort like this without extremely clearly defined goals. If you want to talk about the disinformation campaign after 9/11, the way the PSYOP there was run, very straightforward, like I've said before. Intentionally put out bad arguments in favor of the truth. It's exactly what they did. And I believe that to be the case. I can't prove it, but I'm quite confident about it. But the reason a PSYOP can meaningfully be done in that context is because it has a clearly defined goal. Its goal is to prevent people from correctly having certainty about the bullshitness of the explanation we were given, right? Because it's limited in scope and solving a particular problem, you can evaluate whether or not it was successful. It doesn't make any sense to interpret COVID as a PSYOP because it doesn't meet that criterion. You'd just be talking about like somebody saying, well, let's let this go and see what happens. That would be the full extent of their plan they could have. They'd have no purpose except to just try random shit out, maybe. Now, don't get me wrong. The world is full of people who are stupid enough to think that we need to release COVID globally so that we can gather data about what happens when we release a pandemic. I don't dispute that the world is full of stupid people like that. What the world is not full of are people who are smart enough to predict what's going to happen and or have known ahead of time that this global freakout would reach the proportions it did. To the extent that wealthy interests benefited, they only benefited over the long term, and they had to endure lean times in the middle term. You might say they benefited in the long term because it pushed out competing smaller interests or something like that. But ultimately, everybody's bottom line is hurt when you have inflation and rising energy costs. No wealth interests benefit from rising energy costs or inflation. So it's just like to present COVID as some sort of plan is to either acknowledge that the plan was, let's let it go and see what happens and record data on it or whatever, or that the plan was, or that you have a non-human being. You have somebody who's a super alien and has capacity to correctly predict how all these different things will react to this emerging phenomenon, how all these different parties will meow. It doesn't make any sense, right? No single human being can do that. Nobody's intuition is that good. Nobody's projection of possibilities is that good. It doesn't matter what your attentional stack is. It's just not possible. You can't. The thing is, it doesn't mean people don't justify what they're doing with those kind of justifications all the time. So if Congress says let's continue drone striking over here, people make arguments like we can predictably destroy meow percentage of their offensive capability within meow years. And of course, even when you try to really limit the scope of your predicted outcome to only the kinds of outcomes you want to measure, unavoidably, if you take action, the more variance you have in the system, the less predictable the outcomes are. It's implicit to reality. So, if you're looking at COVID release, you're looking at trying to anticipate with no variant constraints at all. It's like, you can't even describe what it is you're predicting. It's ridiculous. I mean, the thing is, you can make it such that some conspiring group releases COVID because they're too stupid to recognize that gathering data on COVID is not a good enough justification to release it, or because they're too stupid to realize that let's see what happens is not a good enough reason to release it. But you can't then also credit them with being so smart that this is all part of their plan or something. That's just fucking insane. You can't both do something that fucking stupid and be smart. Because whatever reasons you have for doing it in the first place, you don't even understand how those justifications link to what it is you're doing. Or else you wouldn't be doing it, you know? So the idea that you could predict what's going to happen in a world where you can't even figure out whether or not what you're doing is acceptable is insane. If you can't figure out if what you're doing is acceptable, then how could you possibly be a super genius who can predict all of the impacts of it? You can't even figure out the low res part. The low res part is where we reduce things to binary so we can figure that out. That's the data that's easy to process. You can't even figure out that. You sure as fuck aren't going to be able to predict all these incredibly dynamic, how all these incredibly dynamic systems, each working as variables in larger dynamic systems, are possibly going to play out. It's hubris beyond reckoning. If you think you can, you'll be proved wrong every single time by reality. The more dynamic systems you include as variables in a large dynamic system, the less capable anybody is of predicting what's going to happen when you throw a match right there. It's like, well, the place I threw it was kind of looking like it was going over there. Yeah, but there are all these eddies and all of a sudden it's way the fuck over there. That's the nature of chaotic systems. Yeah, but there's this one simple thing in the sky. It doesn't matter how. Hey, you got super intuition to know impossibly beyond the limits of chaos. You can't both make it planned and also that they got what they planned for. Can't have that. If it was planned, whoever planned it sold somebody on the notion that this was a good idea and has long since been at the very least fired. You know, it's possible that some charismatic ENFJ like walked in and sold a bunch of people, got them all whipped up into a frenzy of enthusiasm about this terrible idea, such that some decision was made somewhere to release it, but nobody masterminded that shit. That was a clusterfuck of the opposite of mastermindery, right? You can't have it both ways. You can't both be a mastermind and incredibly stupid. It's like, it is the case that there are individuals, presumably, within the world who are positioned such that they could make something like that happen. Those kinds of individuals range from a person working at the lab who could just arbitrarily freak out one day and decide to rush outside with it and spew it all over the place. Or it could be some government official giving a command to people who work there. If it's that latter scenario, which would be what would be enabled here, well, I mean, there's nothing that we've ever seen to suggest that the Chinese government is smart. So what we do see from them is that they don't care about anything intelligence related as long as they get their way. So is it conceivable that somebody in the party in China took advantage of his authority and for some arbitrary reason wanted that to happen and made it happen? Yes. But it's not because people are smart, it's because they're idiots. If we treat phenomena such as idiotic conspiring as anything other than a a pimple on the adolescence of humanity, then we're being another pimple. So let's not be pimples. Let's try to have a clear skin of adulthood. Yes, stupid people do stupid shit. Yes, some of them are greatly empowered by wealth or other things. And yeah, people who mean well sometimes do incredibly stupid things. Maybe, it's like, well, I really thought this was gonna help everybody. Well, your mistake was you thought you could predict what was gonna happen. You had too much hubris. You thought your epistemology, arbitrary though it may be, was not subject to reality, but rather the other way around. But whatever, I don't even. Why did I start arguing about shit? Terry, come in here with your freaking bullshit and piss me off. But you've always said, here, I'm here to show everybody how shitty forethought and I can be. We already know how shitty it can be, Taylor. Do you have to put me in a bad mood, too? When you talk about Trump and stuff, it's like you say, hey, Trump, me, let's ignore our operational values. What's important is that we both know in the same shitty, inadequate way. So, you're my guy. You know in a shitty, inadequate way. I know in a shitty, inadequate way. And we both like to see impacts. So, therefore, you must be smart like me too. I don't check it with my TI. I'm just going to rely on my shitty, inadequate way of knowing that you've got to be smart too. After all, you know just as shittily as I do, and you like impacts just as much. That's not a good way to determine if somebody's smart, Taylor. Now you made me all meowy. I don't even want to watch it anymore. How could I have made you, Eric? You haven't even looked at the chat in hours. I'm riffing, okay? But I was riffing off of something that... like, oh no! Don't put that in your mouth. Oops. Well, now that it's in my mouth, I guess I have to suck on it until it disappears entirely. I don't want to suck on that anymore, though. I don't even want to look at the chat. That's how much I don't want to. I don't even want to look at the chat because why? Because I'm concerned that Taylor's going to be like, hey, why do you keep insulting me? I say, because you keep making me go, ew. That's why. Don't make me go, ew. Then I won't insult you. Now it's all FI now. From now on, just nothing but FI. Okay? I'm done being TI. I'm done being NI. Just FI. Pure FI from now on. Okay? Ah, well, Because I want to. I want it so much. Doesn't matter. Look, nobody got in any argument. Nobody yelled at Pluto even. I didn't even say anything to you. I don't want to have said anything to you now. So, I didn't. It doesn't matter what you say anyway. What I want. Listen, you can say whatever you want. But only I know the beauty of a wonderful hot air balloon ride. Floating free in the sky. I really told that Chai Rodriguez today, though. Well, did you know that the Chai Rodriguez Youth Golf Foundation claims to teach children about golf? But if you listen to what they're really saying, it's all balls and holes and strokes. It's not appropriate. I can't stand Chai Rodriguez. Well, I hope you have a good reason for not being able to stand. Oh, no! Hey, stonks! Fair enough. Fair enough. You know, I just could no longer sit idly by and watch Chai Rodriguez get away with his nonsense any longer. I said, hey, today's the day, Chai Rodriguez. You think you're safe, 86 there, living in Florida, 86 years old, in the Golf Hall of Fame. The only Puerto Rican-born golfer in the Golf Hall of Fame. You're not safe from Tiffany. She doesn't like you. She's got a serious problem with you, Chai Rodriguez. And today's the day when you get Tiffany's foot up your ass. At the nursing home or wherever. Don't let Chai see that. And you hear him from the other room. My name is Chi. But eventually, they can't successfully keep him away from it. And he sees Tiffany's videos. You know, a little later, nurses and whatever come back in. He's sobbing. What? I'm so sorry, Chai. My name is Chi. That must have been very emotional. It's okay. I'm from Puerto Rico. Today I just have to accept. It's verdad. I stink! Boo! This letter says it all. I've been living a lie. Instead of being named Cici Rodriguez, they should name me Stinky. Okay, so just keep that in mind. If you're a big Chai Rodriguez fan, I'm sorry if I've offended you. I just thought that guy, that scoundrel, Gigi Rodriguez, I haven't heard about him doing anything for a long time. He's probably up to no good somewhere. Sure enough, turned out he'd opened a Chai Rodriguez Youth Golf Foundation. Obviously a front for something nefarious. When there's a character in a story named Chai Rodriguez, you know they're going to be a little shifty. Otherwise they'd have a regular first name. They wouldn't be named Chai. Like, is that your real first name? No, it's a pronounced Chi-Chi. That's not better, Chai Chai. That's even worse. I trust you even less now. You can't rely, in the story, on the character named Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi is not reliable. You need somebody with a stout name like Steven, Carl, not Chi-Chi. Fly Guy, I'm not just entertaining myself indefinitely. I'm adding to my trillion cans of pineapple. Okay, I'm doing meaningful work here. By the time I'm done with this live stream, I'll have 1,000,001,000,001 cans of pineapple. And I'm still optimistic that demand for pineapple will suddenly erupt. The more volatile and untethered, it's true what Taylor says. When my FI comes around, it basically just has one message. I don't want a lot. Or, I want a lot. It's one of those two things. It's very toddler-esque. I don't like that thing outside. You better get out of here, y'all. Thing outside. Y'all stink. Alternately, it's like, why are you getting in my way? I want that thing. I don't mind. I found it. Find the escapers. So, anyway, my FI is not a ticking time bomb because that implies that it ever gets constrained at all. So it has a chance to build up, you know. Instead, its problem is it can never look beyond right now regarding the issue of want. What do you want? I want weapons. Okay. I mean in a larger sense there. What do you want? I told you. I want to go get some weapons. I got me high. Okay, but after you do the whippets, what do you want then? I want to go get more weapons. Talking to this FI part of Eric, you're not going to get anywhere. There's no place to get. It's just, what do you have to say, FI Eric? I'm hungry and the world's coming down on us. Or, I don't want to wait. It's like this. That's all my feelings tell me. Tell me things like this. That's just boring. I don't like that. That's dumb. Oh, that's where God, I'd be entertained by it. Instead, hello, I've been waiting here already. He says a line to me. I don't give a fuck. I want it now. Like when this fucking guy at the Bright Aid tried to enter data into the thing while I'm standing in front of the counter just waiting to ask him whether or not he's got a fucking COVID test behind the counter because the guy on the floor told me for some reason they had him behind the counter, even though I knew that was insane. I decided to ask anyway. And he wanted to stand there and enter data and make me wait. I'll be with you in a second. The fuck you will. I don't want to wait a second. I've already been misdirected over here by that wrong guy. You don't get to make me wait a second and be all like, can I help you, sir? Just answer my fucking question. You have COVID test back there or what? No? Okay, can you be less retarded about informing people of that in the future, please? making me wait for no reason. Fuck off. I hate waiting. Waiting, it's like, here, pay attention to time passing. I don't want to pay attention to time passing. That basically is like, if there's nothing at all else to possibly pay attention to, then all that's left is you're paying attention to time passing. That's the most boring thing you could possibly do. Just wait for time to pass. And when you fucker, with your mask and your beard and your prissy ways, are saying, I'll be with you in a second. You're saying, you just stand there and pay attention to time passing. You're about to pay attention to Eric yelling at you. I'm already super annoyed that I'm even in this store. I'm not at home. I'm not doing or getting drugs. Why am I here? Why? What's going on? None of these things are fun that I'm currently doing, and you don't seem to recognize that you have an obligation to minimize the extent to which this is not fun for me. By not being abnormally slow. Just hurry the fuck up. I'm trying to get home and watch cartoons. In general, I hate things where it's like, well, I've got to ask a quick question, and I know that they've got their little protocol here, but all of these people have like things that are going to take a long time in front of me, and I just need to know, like, something like, is there a COVID test behind the thing? I don't want to obey your fucking protocols of engagement because they're fine for you, but they're not fine for me. Yeah, it's like, your protocols of engagement are inadequately adaptive to reality. If I have to wait behind a bunch of people who are doing complicated things just to find out whether or not you have me on. Don't arbitrarily control information flow like that. I don't like it. You have an employee back there whose job it is to field questions that are yelled at him by random people who don't want to wait in line but just want a question answered. I mean, that thing there, are you saying, it's like, Sam's Club's got a limited amount of time. They're going to be able to force these people to stay inside their store with the stuff they already purchased before they say, let me the fuck out. I have purchased my things. your shitty security protocol is insufficient justification to prevent me from leaving. Wow. You want some of this? Is that what you're telling me? Okay. There you go. It's good meat. It's tender. That's a good way to put it, Taylor. I'm leaving. You can stop me if you think I stole something. Or, well, I'm leaving because I have no obligation to prove to you that I haven't stolen something. We default to that. If you saw me steal something, then you have reason to not default to that. But what you tried to do with your protocols here is to eliminate the need to observe people to see if they're stealing things, and put all the burden on that on the consumer after the fact to prove that they haven't stolen things. That's not okay. I mean, I was under the impression this was a club, but it's turning out to be like a prison, where you guys decide when I can leave. I'm not a fun club, where they lock you in the clubhouse. That's not a fun club at all. That's called Club Kidnap. I don't like this kidnapping you're committing right now. I'm sorry. Can you please stop kidnapping me? What a fun thing to say. Well, normally, when you've got an adult who's done nothing wrong, or me, or a kid, doesn't matter, and you're forcing them to stay in your little area here, well, that's kidnapping. And at heart, I'll always be a little child. So your kidnapping is especially appalling. I don't deserve to be kidnapped. I don't even deserve to be regular napped. I don't have anything but this meat. If you want another piece of it, fine, but I don't have like an alternative thing on this plate that you might prefer. You keep looking at me like I do. Here's some fat. Do you like the fat part? I guess I do have an alternative to the meat. I have just fat. Maybe you'll eat that part. Oh, you did eat that part. Well, I'm proving myself wrong every second I talk, aren't I? I'm just a relentless wrong-proving machine. Here. Turns out I was able to find you something other than meat on this plate that you might want to eat. And I was lying before when I said it wasn't possible to find a second thing. Because I wanted to deceive you. I said, you know what I want to do tonight? I want to deceive my cat. I want to tell my cat, no, there's only one thing on this plate. And make him think that he's not interested in what's on the plate anymore. and then say, surprise, I was lying. There are two things on this plate. Well, got some good news, everybody. Mission accomplished. I successfully deceived my cat. This cat is our dog. So I did just put the plate of bones and other pieces of meat down there. This cat eats a lot. Power tripping Duncan on your cat. Well, because he never used language to engage what I was saying, I can use the silence equals assent rule to conclude that I did successfully fool him. Yeah, well, I mean, hey, Flow State, that's a good reason to go to Sam's Club. And presumably when their system's working, it keeps the amount of delay of the customer down to a sufficiently small amount of time that they don't feel like they're being kidnapped. But, you know, in this particular instance, if your little machine goes down, that's a lack of framework, right? They've got this protocol that's no longer working. But nobody's attending to framework, so nobody's saying this protocol is only acceptable within the following constraints. If it's not working because of us, we can no longer prevent them from leaving. Nobody's doing any framework there. It's like, well, this is the protocol, and so you can't leave until I do this thing, and okay, well that's only even conceivably okay if you actually can do that thing. If you can't do the thing, you're saying I can't leave until you do it, then the fact that you're not letting me leave is proof that nobody's doing framework around here. Okay, I'm done. I have had enough. That's it. I'm gonna stop streaming pretty soon. I have had enough. Yeah, Flow State, food prices are ridiculous. And but it's not just food. It's also all sorts of cost of living-y things. It's because if you arbitrarily tell everybody nobody work except for you people who are arbitrarily selected. Also, those of you who do work are heroes. So those of you who are allowed to stay at home and relax, well, you're the beneficiaries. And those people who work are heroes. When really, it should have been the other way around. The people who got to work were the beneficiaries. The people who stayed home were the heroes. Alright? It's insane. Even if you accept the whole narrative, the heroic people were the people who stayed home. Not the people who went to work. But because they were trying to pitch this whole being outside is dangerous thing. You know, life is dangerous. Well, yeah. I'll bet. Not that dangerous, but I'll bet maybe here and there. So it's so dangerous to go outside that even working at the supermarket makes you a hero. Thank you for heroically working in the supermarket while I'm forced to stay home. You know, it was fun for a little while catching up on Netflix, maybe, but I, you know, I prefer not to have surprise, indeterminate, forced global vacations. Surprise, arbitrary, indeterminate length, forced global vacations. Well, Fly Guy, that episode you're referring to there, where the episode where Homer gains 300 pounds so he can get disability, there's a scene when Marge is telling him, "Don't do this, Homer. I'm worried about my homie." And he just, "Bros, I'm drought and famine resistant." It's a good point. Except for the fact that he's very unlikely to encounter either drought or famine. Oh, Flow State! Thank you for your heroic service. Yeah, well, you know, there was this whole like, you all are beneficiaries of the heroes. People at the hospital and the supermarket are heroes. And then there was this third thing, people who actually did work. Like construction workers, car mechanics, janitors, fucking gardeners, shit like that, right? It doesn't matter how locked down it was. Our gardeners still showed up. Well, they're Mexicans. We don't notice them. Okay? Or think about that. That doesn't play into what we're saying here. Of course you gotta have your gardeners come. Obviously they're necessary. Well, I don't want to mow my own lawn. Well, they're not going to give me COVID. I never even look at them. I hardly get anywhere near them. Okay. You were a good... No. You weren't a good boy who stayed home. You were the beneficiary of heroes who took their lives into their hands to go out and work one of a few critically important jobs, such as liquor store owner or fast food restaurant delivery guy. You benefited from those brave heroes because your cowardly ass was locked in home being safe. We approve of your role as one of the people who's kept safe by the sacrifice of the heroes who get to do things. But remember, in no uncertain terms, you are the beneficiary of their heroic sacrifice. Well, I mean, I immediately went out as well right away, only to discover there was no place interesting to go to. It was kind of interesting that the roads were so empty and nobody was out and about. I couldn't fucking believe it. It was like, you mean everybody is taking this complete nonsense super seriously? But I've explained why that's dumb. Nobody listens. And now we're all paying for this vacation that none of us wanted with massive inflation. So just keep your global surprise, indeterminate length, forced vacations out of the world entirely. Nothing good ever happens when somebody says, let's do this abjectly insane shit for years. And everyone goes, why? Because very scary. Nothing good ever happens. No, you shouldn't be scared. And when people insist that you should be scared, it's because they don't want to have to give real justifications for things. Real justifications don't rely on you being scared to make you extra stupid to agree with their policy advocacies. But whatever. I mean, what sucks, of course, is that probably most of the people who were strong advocates of COVID insanity, namely, not only should I be allowed to freak out, but you should be forced to freak out. That's basically how most people were about COVID for a long time. I tell them, you're dumb for freaking out. Most people would say, not only am I not dumb for freaking out, and not only do I have the right to freak out if I want to, but, and not only am I telling you that it's dumb for you not to freak out, I'm telling you that I fully support policy that forces you to irrationally freak out. And then now they don't remember that. They don't remember that part. Oh, did I do that? Gosh. Look, Urkels of the world. Yes, you did do that. And next time, don't do that. At least have a moment where you at least afford us all the Urkel and ask yourself if maybe you might be responsible for something or possibly learn from your mistake. Like, the planet has whatever, 7-8 billion people or whatever. Like 6 billion of them should all be saying right now that I do that. You know, I don't know if anybody was genuinely basking in the hero status. I think even people who wanted to afford it, like legitimacy of some sort, just quickly found it impossible, because everywhere that was open was also a place where heroes worked. If you're going to throw the term around so loosely, then I'm not going to be very impressed by your heroism. I'm impressed that you're heroic when you're rescuing me from a burning building. I'm not impressed with your heroism when you are working at McDonald's and I'm forced to stay home. It's not that I have any problem against you and your job. I just don't view going outside as heroic. With good reason. It's not that heroic to go outside. Be careful out there. Make sure you wear many masks. Whenever anybody comes close enough for you to see them, yell, "Stay away!" Well, my friend Dave Porter works for FedEx. He says that in the FedEx building, there's a big banner that says heroes work here. Maybe they do, but not everybody who works here is a hero. And the heroes that do work here aren't heroes because they work here. They're heroes for some unrelated reason from before. They probably did pull somebody out of a burning building. And then they went back to their job at FedEx. The burning building saving was them being a hero. Delivering my package is just them doing their job. And you know what? If delivering the package to me means both of us get COVID, fine. I don't mind a little COVID with my stuff from Amazon. It ultimately makes my biological ecosystem of Eric more down with the grittier parts of town. People who are against COVID, basically what they're saying is, everybody can only ever hang out up here in the boutique area. Don't ever hang out with those scummy viruses over there. Hey, that's where all the good drugs are. You gotta have some shady areas because they don't sell drugs here in this boutique area, in the stores. At least not the drugs I want. And I don't see any shady guys like this standing around looking like they're trying to sell drugs. That's why I have to go make some connections with some less reputable kind of people. For example, COVID. Well, maybe I do get COVID, but that's what you get. Just like, look, in order to get drugs and do them, I have to go out and pay for them, right? That's the price I pay for doing drugs. The price I pay for living regularly is I gotta hang out with COVID a little bit. So it's just part of the cost of doing business. I can be a normal human being living a normal, sane life, and gosh almighty, I might get COVID. But it's not unique in any regard from my half a century of experience. People get colds and flus. Sometimes you get a real bad one. It fucking knocks you out for a couple of weeks. We never treat it as though it's something other than what it is, though. Reality. Our immune systems and viruses and all that kind of shit, it's an active, dynamic system. No matter how much you try to fucking gate your community, you can't actually be a normal, healthy person without engaging with the reality of biologies in the world. We can't make the whole world sterile for surgery. It's ridiculous. And the only reason we need to worry about these viruses is because some people, their biological engagement with that dynamic system that we call the biome is not working properly. Inadequate to the test. And or we're experiencing part of it working properly. It's like, okay, well, I want people to be healthy, but I also want to remove from them the mechanism of staying healthy. Namely, actually engaging with various viruses. Are you saying COVID is not more dangerous? Oh, well, Kevin, what I'm saying is this. To establish that any individual ought to treat it as a unique risk, you need to establish that the risk is different at the individual level. You can't merely say that because it's more contagious and more individuals will get it, that each individual ought to treat it as a higher risk illness because the pile of bodies is bigger because so many people have it. In order to establish that I ought to treat it differently than any other cold or flu, maybe bad, maybe medium, whatever, you need to establish that it uniquely threatens well-being beyond the scope or range of typical colds and flus. That was never established, ever, at all. And when people were citing numbers that would have established that, namely 4% fatality rate, that's a much more death-causing illness than a normal cold or flu. But that was a lie. It was a lie. What they were reporting were the numbers of fatalities among the thinnest sliver of the most sick population. And so we knew then at that moment, because of their reporting methodologies, that the actual numbers were at least a order of magnitude less. That they couldn't possibly be more than 0.4% at most. And in fact, that's what's proven to be the case. Those are non-unique numbers in terms of an individual addressing this threat. It's not uniquely threatening to me. The only reason that it piles up bigger fatality numbers is because of its uniquely contagious nature. And that diminishes over time. In the initial burst of a disease, everybody gets it, nobody has any immunity. That's part of the process of your biology coming to terms with a novel variant of what's still the same kind of thing. General cold and flu symptom-y thing. When we talk about that kind of thing, what we're saying is what we can expect from it are symptoms within the range of nasal, chest, whatever, and severity that is those symptoms represent the part of the process where your immune system is benefiting from dealing with this problem and therefore making yourself less susceptible to it in the future. That process is implicit to our engagement with the world. So if we're going to treat a threat as unique, it has to be unique to individuals, not just on a population-wide level. COVID may have killed people, but it was never any greater a threat to kill me than something within your average range of cold and flus. And that is the absolute, definite, indisputable truth. So, I hope that's clear. Most importantly, we need to recall that everybody has a choice of what to affirm and the scope of their affirmation. So I don't think I remember anybody making the argument that anybody shouldn't be allowed, based on their own decision making, to isolate themselves in a panicked, lights and sirens, safe room kind of capacity. Nobody was trying to tell you not to freak out. So, the problem with COVID was this. It placed the onus on the wrong parties, namely, it said it's everybody's responsibility to prevent themselves and others from getting sick, rather than it's everybody's responsibility to determine the level of risk they're comfortable with and to not knowingly be reckless in exposing others to risk. Now, it was never the case that going around without a mask and maybe giving somebody COVID was reckless. That has been normalized for the entirety of human civilization as shit that goes down. People get sick. We're not more healthy in an environment where we don't encounter other people just because viruses exist. To the extent that you can justify a quarantine, it always has to be because you believe you can prevent it from escaping a given area. But all of the information we had right at the outset of COVID, it all said one thing. You can't contain this. Everybody's going to catch it. It's ultra contagious. And there's no way to prevent it from traveling all over the globe because of the incubation period. And yet, despite all the information indicating that our efforts wouldn't have solvency, we only, as a population, global population, seem to care about them as inherency arguments, as though that justified our action. It doesn't matter how convincing you are that this tree being on fire is a huge problem, that we have to do something. Shaking our fingers at it isn't going to do anything. So, it's, and pointing out that, no, that's on fire though. Okay, so, yes, it's on fire. Oh, it's going to cost the other trees on fire. I know, it already has. It's caught them all over. The whole forest is catching on fire. Everybody freak out! Okay, but let's check to see if this fire is actually a uniquely bad thing or if it's a healthy thing. Forests need fires occasionally. And it's also the case sometimes that we can conceive anyway of a health threat that does justify imposing certain things on people, but we can only meaningfully justify that because those things are emergencies. You cannot have an emergency that lasts months or years to justify irregular emergency measures because it's no longer emerging. You can only justify emergency shit for very short periods of time. Well, I said right away when I heard all the specifics about it, this sounds like a perfect pandemic. Because the way they're describing it first, it kills all the old and sick people and has almost no symptoms on anybody else. It's like every other alternative pandemic is worse. Oh, no, well, if we're panic hard enough, we can pretend the pandemics don't exist. We're not going to let ourselves get sick. Everybody, bury yourselves in a hole. Okay, we're all buried in holes. Everybody's healthy, right? No, we all have COVID. Everybody's dying? No, it's just a regular cold or flu thing, basically. But you must stay in your hole for another 2 years. Okay, Tiffany. Everything's different now. COVID was like a 9/11 wake-up call about the fact that every day, everywhere you look, somebody might be getting sick. And if they're extremely poor health, that might kill them. So, because of that, when you don't breathe, you're saving lives. I saved so many lives today. I was constantly saving lives by doing nothing. I saved millions and millions of people. I flattened the curve. I saved lives. I worshipped heroes. And it paid off. Finally, after all that waiting, they did come up with a vaccine. And I'm assuming it works perfectly. Eric, you talk like an alien, you smoke like an alien, stop hiding your real identity. My real identity is playful. I like having fun. Sometimes that means I like to play characters and stuff. I'm not confused about the fact that that's not my real voice. I'm not trying to convince you that it is. I'm just being actual me, having fun. You think that means I'm hiding my actual identity means you've got no fucking idea how to have fun. Oh, yeah? You know what you should change your name to? Oh, no. Because I'm going to begin my next sentence with oh, no when I say to you, oh, no, you daren't. My dad's funny about the whole COVID thing because he has COVID. He's in his 80s, elderly. But, you know, he's still trying to decide whether he should go to Vegas tomorrow. He doesn't give a fuck about this stupid shit. He never did give a fuck about this stupid shit. He's old. He's not worried about getting some cold or flu thing. Gonna kill him. Who the F is Sasha Fierce? Someone with a dumb name? Look, the thing is, that's the reality of every novel virus, is that it quickly weakens. Because to the extent that whatever variant of it actually kills people, then those people, if it makes people too sick, then they're less likely to be contage others. So yeah, it's always going to be the case that the initial burst of a novel virus is going to be the most intense manifestation of it. But it's also the case that if you have a country like Italy, which is chock full of super old people with multiple health conditions, and this novel disease hits there first, that you need to recognize, even if it makes a fairly big fire, that doesn't mean it was started with a flamethrower. And we can't evaluate what we ought to do based on the size of a fire without factoring in the amount of fuel and kind of fuel. So, since Italy decided in its infinite wisdom to pile all of its oily rags in hay right where the match was thrown, yeah, it erupted into a fairly big fire. Interestingly, though, you only have to go back 5 years to find a flu season that killed more people than that initial burst of COVID in Italy. So it's like, I'm talking about comparing Italy's numbers to Italy's numbers. I'm not talking about things that don't compare. 5 years before 2020, Italy's flu season had a higher fatality rate and more dead people than the COVID 2020 in Italy that launched this global hysterical overreaction. So, if anybody were honest at the outset intellectually honest, they'd stop thinking they know what everybody should do and actually evaluate the reality in front of us with simple things like, okay, so if this is so bad, how far do I have to go back in Italy's data to see a comparable year? This is the hottest summer on record since 1872. You only have to go back 5 fucking years. I mean, come on. This is not an outlier. For a while, everybody was attributing every death to COVID. My former employee, former assistant coach, posted on Facebook that his dad died of a heart attack and blamed COVID. My dad had COVID. The doctors said he was fine, he's getting better and on the mend. Then came the heart attack. Darn you, COVID! I shit you not. He seemed to be oblivious to the fact that just because your dad had COVID and died of a heart attack does not mean he died of COVID. You know, I mean, Jesus Christ, people. I'm not asking you to be an expert in noticing and determining well done bullshit. I just expect, before you take a big bite of it, to realize that you've got nothing but a piece of dog shit in your head. You know, I don't require a lot of intuition from the world, just a teeny, teeny, teeny little bit. I mean, Cosmic Pedestar, the point is that that most people endured, even actively advocated in favor of, and participated in these massively unprecedented, long and intensive quarantines. And the point is, as I said before, it's not going to work. And it didn't. We had enough information about the nature of COVID to know that those fish were not going to be prevented from getting through this net with these big holes. But because unpreventable impacts weren't prevented, you think we should have put more effort into preventing them. So you need to have a come to Jesus moment where you say, fuck, I'm that guy Eric's talking about who's got hubris. I don't care what I can establish. What I feel like I know is sufficient for me to justify trying to force it on everybody else's policy, even though I can't justify it at all. Remember, what you need to do is watch my video the other day about policy advocacies. It's not sufficient that we do anything for you to just because you establish that something is a big problem that won't solve itself if we don't do anything. That's just the prima facie burden. You then have to prove that what you're advocating will solve the problem, at least somewhat. And if, in fact, you can't establish that, that's not a good reason to think, well, if we got even more crazy in our outrageously disproportionate response to this thing, that magically will give me solvency. The reason it didn't work is because it never could have worked. The fact that unpreventable outcomes are unpreventable is not a justification for thinking we should have done more to prevent them. When I won the argument initially that these were bad ideas, it's because my justifications were better than everybody else's who was arguing an exclusive alternative. And what it turns out, the way it turns out reality is, anytime people like you think so poorly as to point to the failure of an unprecedentedly overbearing COVID policy as proof that we should have been more oppressively overbearing, you really, really need to say to yourself, oh, fuck, I need to check myself and take a step back. You really, really need to realize you're not qualified to think at all about public policy. You don't even know what it requires to make basic advocacy. You're so unqualified that you actually believe that the matter is not determined at this point. Even though I won every argument initially, and I was right about everything. And it didn't take me any time at all to be right about everything. As soon as information came within my field of vision, frame of reference, I processed it correctly. I didn't process it with my stupid feelings. I processed it on its merits. No, Cosmic Pentastar. The reason COVID was a clusterfuck of disaster is because people who thought describing a big problem was a reason to do what they said were in positions to force everybody to obey them. No, Cosmic Pentastar, you've got a selective memory. Everybody but me took it extraordinarily seriously at the beginning, but we cannot solve a problem like people getting sick by simply saying, stay in your cage forever. That's a denial of the reality of the human species across time. It doesn't mean we shouldn't take some measures when appropriate, but it does mean that if you're going to be advocating that we take measure X, that you need to establish that it will produce solvency before it becomes advisable. It's never advisable to take action that you haven't substantiated has solvency as well as just inherency. The thing is, you're not saying that now, but you were then, and I wasn't. And what we can glean from this is the reason you were then and I wasn't is because you don't think well. And I think spectacularly well. Thing is, the lesson you should take away from this is not that you're wrong, but that you're not qualified when it comes to policy matters. That your advocacy is likely to be driven by fear and wrongness. So you shouldn't chime in on those matters. That's the takeaway. It's not think like me. It's leave the thinking to me and defer to the guy who's actually smart and knows how to think regarding matters of thinking. That's all. I don't expect me to be the best at everything. I understand that I'm not the right person to pick to fix the plumbing. I'm a terrible person to pick to fix that. I don't live in a state of denial that says, God damn it though, really, I'm the best plumber. I don't live like that. Really, I'm the best choice to solve our plumbing problem. It's not something I ever say. I never delude myself about whether or not I'm a good person to ask about something. Eric, I really need information about which tampon to wear. I'm not a good person to ask that. I don't know anything about it. I don't even have a vagina. And that's perfectly fine. It doesn't speak badly of me that I will say, you're talking to the wrong guy. That means I know what I know about and can be capable of, and what I don't know about and can't be capable of. You live in this deluded reality where you think that even though you can't think about public policy correctly, you're the expert on public policy. It's just like me thinking I'm the expert on plumbing, even though I'm obviously not. You don't have to expect yourself to be an expert on plumbing to be okay. Same thing with public policy advocacy. It's a very complex thing. It's like probably, you think about professions that attract smart people, like computer science, astrophysics, surgery kind of things, medical school, whatever, lawyers, etc. But public policy advocacy is something that's really only open to, it's really only able to be correctly done by the very smartest people. People who are less smart than people who can do public policy advocacy have to do things that take TE instead. Like be engineers or something like that. Because maximal smartness means maximal frame awareness and correctness at the top level, right? For my definitional purposes. When we're talking about public policy, being smart about public policy requires skills that other kinds of smart people don't have. And unfortunately, the same skill that's required to make you smart about public policy is very closely related to your own ability to know whether you have it. So, it's very difficult to explain to people who don't have the capacity to even recognize how outmatched they are by the demands of public policy, why they shouldn't fuck around with important shit. We don't let people who don't know anything about nuclear physics play around with nuclear reactors, and yet that's exactly what we're doing with political discourse. It's like a nuclear reactor. It's important and potentially extraordinarily dangerous. And we've got it in the hands of fucking toddlers. So, the first job, I guess, is to teach the toddlers, don't toddle over here. Toddle elsewhere. Because when you toddle here and chime in your feelings on the thing in support of this thing, well, better safe than sorry. Now I have to pay twice as much for food. Thanks a lot. Just keep the children out of the policy area, please. Is that too much to ask? That we just not let kids into the important area where we're doing public policy research and stuff and advocacies? Children coming in and going, I think now, they are not contributing to this process at all. They just need to go over there and they can play their pretend mythology battles. They get their swords out, and the red sword guy and the blue sword guy, they go, oh yeah, you go pretend further away from me, motherfucker. We're trying to do actual policy discourse here. Your pretend nonsense is just getting in the way. It's just so ridiculous because can you imagine me going into a nuclear facility and saying, I don't care that I don't know anything about nuclear physics. I'm going to start messing with this shit. No. I would never do that. But people do that with politics all the time. They don't know anything. They have no reason whatsoever to believe that they and their position or opinion about things ought to be prioritized as a norm. No reason at all. Everybody else, when they compare their own, they don't even do that comparison. They don't say, okay, well, am I especially likely to be correct about political stuff? The people with the strongest mythological opinions never, ever, 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 ever ask themselves that question. That's a problem. Since we no longer think of political discourse as the domain of statesmen, but rather we've forgotten what actual discourse is and think that those kids playing with the red and blue swords are engaged in politics. It's gotten so bad here in the policy room that there's maybe a couple of adults for every 50 million kids. It makes it impossible to get anything done. You children need to go outside. COVID is the inevitable result of normalizing handing over the keys of discourse to children. It's the unavoidable impact of leaving children in charge. If you're not capable of doing the epistemological work to know what you know and know what you don't know, then get the fuck out of the policy room. It's like everybody thinks policy is what I'm scared the other guys are going to do to me. Or how I don't like how people upholding as absolute values things I uphold as instrumental values only display to me that they have different values. I don't like those people. They're wrong in their valuings of things. No, they're not wrong in their valuings of things. They're just wrong in thinking that they're capable of having opinions about politics. Why is it that the people who have strong opinions about politics don't have strong opinions about astrophysics? Is it because they recognize that they don't know anything about astrophysics? Or is it just because astrophysics is too boring to pretend? Two parties are a preferable alternative to a multi-party system for a variety of reasons. But that requires actual complex nuanced political analysis. We couldn't cooperate. A lack of cooperation was not the problem. In fact, what we see, if we look at what happened with COVID, is cooperation on a global scale. There was not a lack of cooperation here. We were cooperating to do things that were not advisable because we were committed to do things despite the fact that the justifications for those advocacies were inadequate to justify them. Anytime you do the thing that loses the argument, you're guaranteed to incur bullshit in excess of benefits. Otherwise, you're not factoring in opportunity cost because the better argument is definitionally the better argument. There are more reasons to affirm it. Or if the better argument is a negation, then there are more reasons to not do what you're saying do than there are to do them. So if we do it anyway, even though you lose the argument, we're choosing something that's guaranteed to be non-optimal. On the other hand, if we do nothing, we retain the capacity to do what's optimal. Most importantly, we need to recall that we already know where and how to delegate out responsibility for choices to individuals. Namely, each individual gets to choose for themselves how much risk they want to take, as long as they're not recklessly putting other people at risk. Now, sure, recklessly is a standard, not a rule. So it's not a clear binary as to where exactly recklessly begins and ends. But the point is, nobody can ever reasonably make the claim that simply going outside and walking around as normal is recklessly endangering other people. There is no reason to think that people don't have the right to get sick, which is what's implied by those COVID policies, and to the extent that that policy violates that right en masse by attempting to put onto individuals a positive obligation to prevent other people from getting sick. I mean, you're not only affirming something that's guaranteed to fail, and guaranteed to have bad impacts, and guaranteed to make you look stupid later, but even worse, you're undermining our capacity to use what we already know for sure to meaningfully engage with the emerging realities that are subject to what we already know for sure. And it's like, what do you know about this? Well, we already know for sure that when we respond to stuff, these things are areas where the onus is on the individual. And these kind of things are acceptable impositions. To not ever even discuss that or reveal that there's some sort of sea change in acceptability regarding those relationships, or to pretend that those already understood relationships don't inform the current situation, or to just generally be too stupid to apply what we know. No matter how you want to justify it occurring, how you want to explain it having occurred, it's indicative that everything that Cosmic Pentastar is saying about trying to blame polarization, if there was some way that we could have all come together and agreed with me, and if we just agreed with me hard enough and universally enough and continue to flail in these valiant gestures of purpose without caring about actual solvency, then somehow we'd have more solvency. No! You're the problem. You are the problem. You and everybody like you. There's no meowing around now. You don't get to meow around anymore. Now you have to say, fuck, I was incredibly fucking wrong. I'm sorry. There's nothing else for you to say. There's no, well, you know what, if we just done it my way even harder and stupider, it would have turned out better. No, fuck off. Now is where you get to say, I was completely fucking wrong, and I'm sorry for my contribution to impositions on everybody of this mass stupidity. That's all you get to say now. You don't get to ever say anything else until you say that. And we know it was possible not to be wrong because I wasn't, and you could have listened to me. I told you blowing up this island with this nuclear bomb was a bad idea. Well, look, I'm the first to admit that it did yield at 2 times the anticipated amount, and sure, we blew up a lot more stuff than I had thought, but I still insist that if we had just blown up the island properly with a nuclear bomb, that it would have gone great. You can't blow up an island with a nuclear bomb for no reason and have it end well. It's fundamentally broken from the outset. Your whole idea was broken from the outset. Your whole idea was predicated on, we can do shit because I've articulated how dangerous not doing stuff might be. And whatever it is I'm saying we should do, I don't need to prove that it's going to work at all to force it on everybody. That's called, it's a kind of a particularly insidious kind of stupid, right? Because if all you have to do is make a big fuss about how scary something is to get everybody to hand you the keys to do whatever the fuck you want, I mean, then all of politics can just be reduced to who can create the scariest monster out of these matters not in dispute. Well, it's like, that's very much how it plays out narratively, though. It was like the problem that the correct people had, or the problem I had, was I couldn't paint as scary a monster. So nobody even listened to me. Because they were so enamored with the scary monster other people were painting, and that my lack of big scary monster to panic them into thinking maybe maybe reality is scarier than this pretend monster. I wish I had done a better job of explaining how shitty reality would be rather than simply how dumb your advocacy is. So that then I would have said, well, look, actually, the problem here is if we act like that pretend monster is real and do things accordingly, then we're going to incur the harms of this real monster. But, if people don't know it's a pretend monster they're looking at because they haven't evaluated it on the proper kinds of grounds, because they've mistaken their subjective epistemologies for adequate to a public calculus, then what the fuck are you going to do about it? After all, if they're that committedly subjective in their epistemologies, it's going to be difficult for them to even understand that their subjective epistemologies are inappropriate for public calculi. After all, it's their MO. Now, somebody like me, it's much easier for me to understand that objective epistemologies are not appropriate for subjective matters. I may not know what is appropriate for subjective matters, but that's the difference between a rationalist and an irrationalist or a non-rationalist. A non-rationalist has clarity, the most clarity about stuff that doesn't generalize, but rather is most particular to him. Whereas a rationalist has the most clarity about that which does generalize and no understanding of, or little understanding from the perspective of what's particular to him. So it's not like I'm better, they're worse. It's that they need to stop cooking on my basketball court. I don't play basketball in the kitchen. Why do you keep saying that, oh yeah? It's like, you said it, I don't know, half a dozen times now? What is your point? Adderall is for horses and elephants. I don't understand what your point is. You're trying to be cryptic or something. I'm not picking up on your puzzle. You don't believe archetypes are real? They're like syndromes? I mean, an archetype is just a way to nutshell a concept. So in other words, I might tell you, given my character archetype, you might say is, well, he's an iconoclast. That's a word that will give you some information about what you can expect from me as an individual. It's a word that isn't describing me in any of my particulars, but rather describing a form that people understand holistically, or grok, so to speak, and that I am consistent with. That's what archetype is a way to that people express about a given thing something about its universal identity, distinct from its particulars, but nevertheless holistically resonant with them. Remember that whatever we're talking about here is we're engaging in language events with word objects in them that are subject to the mechanics of words. So archetypes, I mean, it's like, is there really a thing, the iconoclast? Is there a physical thing out there that is the iconoclast? No, it's a conceptual bag. It says, rather than handing you all the component sections of a pineapple: the skin, the top bit, the yellow parts inside, the core, and just successively handing them to you in layers. I'm just going to give you the whole pineapple. Now, it's true that because I just handed you the whole pineapple, you can't see inside of it. You don't really know what's in there. Because I just given you the whole pineapple, you only know about the whole pineapple. You might glean information about the inside of the pineapple by smelling it or hitting it with your fist or whatever. But that's all an archetype is. An archetype is a way for us to understand that regardless of anything of the specifics here, that's a pineapple. You know, it's that simple. The reason what Carl Jung kind of calls archetypes is just names like pineapple, but referring to kinds of people. Regardless, it's just word. They're just words. Archetypes are just words. No, I was arguing about your demonstrated failure to be ready to engage in political discourse. In other words, to engage in political discourse is not to discuss the various possible things and sustain ambiguity about their respective statuses. It's to resolve those political questions. That's the process of politics and the process of argumentation. It resolves questions definitively by eliminating answers that are less good. But you have to let the process play out as it must. What you're doing is bringing your subjective deliberation function, and you're saying, I've got a lot of ideas too. I can decide things too. My ideas are just as good, as real and true as yours, Eric. Well, they are if we're talking about which pretty flowers we like. They're not when we're talking about what the public should do, how the public ought to do its business. You are not capable at all of engaging in that kind of discussion or thought. Because you think that at the end of the day, it's all about compromise, and it's exactly the opposite. It's not about compromise. It's about determining which is the correct or incorrect option of exactly two options in a succession of process-oriented, and a succession of operations in a larger process. Okay. The reason we have to do it like that is because it's the public's business. So it can't include data that only you can reference. Your feelings about how other things might be informative or whatever, those are not part of the process of doing the public's business, which needs to be done in a standardized fashion that everyone can look at and validate independently. Which means you don't get to include in your reasoning shit that isn't objective data or reasoning. So if you're predicating things on stuff that you think you've established, but you've not established it, I mean, it's like, this is the problem though. How do you convince somebody who's FI, probably any FI, to stay in their fucking lane? You know? I can't do it with TI because they're TI polar. And with their scorecard of TE, they like to solve problems, so they're going to get their freaking nose in the business, you know? For thinking they can solve these kind of problems. These are not those kind of problems. Your TE solutions are disasters. The only way they're ever not is if they're gate kept by TI. there's an order to questions. First, things need to be permissible before we can even entertain questions regarding their advisability. Because you don't respect the order of questions, you do not get to be anywhere near the public's business. I'm not imagining you as anything, right? I'm recognizing in what you say a dangerous kind of blindness about the self and one's own qualifications to engage in advocacy regarding the public's business. And I'm trying to get through to you that, no, seriously, you think you're speaking French, but those are just gobbledygook words. That's not actually French. You keep insisting, yes it is. It's French. It's not, though. These words you're using, like neoliberal, blah, 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 that's the kind of shit, what you just projected onto me, like, that Eric uses this wrong way of thinking, too. I definitely do not. Okay? I don't give a fuck what label you have at all. What I'm saying is, not that I know you well enough to know what kind of child you are. I don't give a fuck. I can already tell by how small you are and covered in snot that you don't belong in this room. You don't belong over here talking about public policy. No, I'm not saying you don't belong here right now with me talking. I'm saying you need to tell yourself, I'm not qualified to talk about public policy, because you are not. And you are therefore extra qualified to talk about other things that aren't public policy. So talk about those things. If you're worrying about labels, like if you're using words like neoliberal and blah, 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 and projecting onto me that I'm assuming you're those things, and that's how I make my decisions, by determining which fucking which label to which I have an emotional binary, I like it or I don't, this guy fits under. That's exactly wrong. It couldn't be more exactly wrong. Depressingly so. Anyway, I'm going to wrap it up. Good night. God bless. Good luck. And may Gilbert Godfrey visit you in your dreams tonight and whisper in your ears, hey, you need to go fuck yourself. Well, because, not in general, just because you are guilty, probably, of thinking you're something you're not. Thinking you're doing something you're not doing. And don't even know just stop. Just stop that nonsense.